What's up, everybody? Welcome. Thank you for joining me. Thanks for being here late at night. It is an Ad Noctem After Dark stream. Thanks for hanging out while we did the ads, because that's a new thing we're doing now. Good to see you, Kami Bear, Space Monkey. Congrats on grabbing the first redeem today. Hello. Hello, Kitty. Hello, Maiko. Thank you for your kind words and all you do for the channel. Hello, Zartrin. Crunch. Good to see you, of course. Rainstorm Wander, hello. Hope everybody's doing well. Feel free to share with me what you've been up to, what you've been doing, whatever you feel like sharing, or simply hang out, catch a vibe, lurk, enjoy however you like to enjoy stream. I was not feeling Disco Elysium today, because that's like a really heavy game that you kind of have to think about a lot and care about the world and stuff. And I didn't know if I had the mental capacity for that. So today, we're going to try between 2 and 4 weird little indie free games that I grabbed off of Steam. Anything else I was looking forward to from Summer Games Fest? I didn't watch the whole thing. I watched it on mute from the Sphere Hunters stream. I don't think I saw anything else that really made me go, oh, I want to try that. Definitely the Alan Wake 2 expansion, but beyond that, I'm not sure I saw anything that really spoke to me. Go ahead and pause this. The best track in Silent Hill 3, and it wasn't even in the game. Got both mercs pulled up at the same time, and it warms your heart to see little stream neighbors. Thank you, Maiko. Working hard these past few weeks. On Friday nights, you're spent, so cozy streams and communities are a must to recharge. Well, we are glad to have you, Zartrin. I hope you can rest, relax, decompress. Thank you for lurking, Kian. I appreciate you. All right, we got captions up. We got everything going. Hoping the Xbox event is a little bit better. Yeah, I expect they're going to show the DLC for Starfield at the Xbox event. And I gotta tell you, I'm struggling to see a world where I'm like really convinced to come back to it. But I guess if I'm just looking around and I don't have anything else to play, maybe I will and give Shattered Space a try. I mean, I paid for it. Hey, thanks for lurking, Kitty. Any hope for Avowed? Avowed could be cool. You know, I wasn't super blown away by the Outer Worlds. So, you know, I'm hoping Obsidian still has it in them, but I don't know much about that universe. What is that? Pillars of Eternity? I don't know much about the greater lore there. All right, so today we're going to start with Psychopomp. At least it's an established universe, right? That's true. Taoli, welcome in. Good to have you again. What's up is some little demo, or I guess they're not demos. Some of them are like complete projects, but little indie games. This game contains disturbing, violent, and uncomfortable images and text. Okay, so lore is solid in the first 2 games. You're avoiding the third because expectations lead to disappointment. All right, here we go. This is a weird little game. I guess some of the themes may be disturbing. I don't really know what they are. I just saw that in the little thing that popped up. If I get a feeling that the game is going any particular way, I will let you know. Soundtrack's pretty cool. Everyone everywhere has secrets. Did you know that everyone has special powers and they've kept it a secret from me my entire life? But I won't stand for that. That's why I made a helmet. I call it Machine That Lets Me Read People's Minds When I Want to, or Psychopomp for short. But something happened when I put it on. It didn't let me read people's minds, but it did let me see something else. A world that was hidden from me that everyone knew about. A world hidden in plain sight with all sorts of animals and creatures and dead bodies. There are catacombs hidden under every public government building. I will not allow any more secrets to be kept from me. Okay, so the disturbing theme seems to be paranoid psychosis, maybe? You're in the world. Use the WASD keys to move and turn. Use the Q and E keys to strafe. Hold shift to sprint. That's what a government agent would say. Items are important to many things. To pick up an item, choose the touch mode of interaction. And click on the item. Cool. Bunny Slaughter, welcome in, Raiders. How y'all doing? Bunny, what were you up to today? Let's see. Let's get a shout out. Welcome in, Seth the Hex, Bunny Slaughter, Homie, Hungover Taco, Any Sprout, welcome on in. Bunny, please feel free to share with us anything you would like to about how your stream went. I've never heard of this game Riftstorm, so if you'd like to talk about it or talk about you or the games you play, please, you have full freedom to do that. We like to give Raiders a little bit of spotlight here. You're at your PCs. Oh, got me. Thank you. Raiders, if you don't know me, I'm Ad Noctum. I'm a variety streamer. I play a variety of games. I focus on the single-player, story-based experiences. Today we're doing a little indie game / demo game day. So we're just playing some weird things I downloaded off of Steam. We're playing a weird little one called Psychopomp that we just started. It apparently may have some heavy themes revolving around psychosis, so be aware of that. But that's what we got going on. On the channel, I like action, horror, RPG, Souls-like shooters, a little bit of everything. Bunny, thank you for that raid. I hope you are well also. It is so good to see you. Playing an in-dev looter shooter. Very nice. Isometric Destiny is the closest you can compare. Okay. Never played Destiny myself, but I hope you're having a good time. Bunny, as always, please feel free to hang out with us if you would like, but do not feel obligated. There's no expectations to spend time with us here after your stream, but you're always welcome. Thank you for bringing your community over. Zartrin, thank you for gifting a sub to Bunny Slaughter. I appreciate that. Gotta go decompress, have the best one. You have the best one also, Bunny. Thank you. You were looking at Psychopomp the other day. Looks fun or interesting. At least it does look interesting. I'm gonna bring us back over to it. And hope my OBS wants to... Yeah, there we go. Okay, so there's not like a pause button in this game. Do I have... settings? Oh, that... Nope, didn't want to do that. Hold on, I don't want it on that monitor. I want it on this monitor. Okay. I was gonna turn the volume up some, because the music's kind of cool, but kind of quiet. Ooh, what's this? You can talk to people and do many other things with them too, though they may lie to you in many ways. Nondescript girl. I can't take it. It's only going to get worse and worse. Alright, seems like that's all she's got to say. Some doors need to be opened with items. To use an item on something, open the inventory with the inventory button, then drag the item onto the door you want to use it on. Good work. Keep going. There's so much work to be done tonight. Remember, you can hold control to look around freely, getting a better look at things. It's a doggo. Or a coyote, maybe. Nope, it's a dog. Dog says wolf. Oh. I got an achievement. Open the dog. King of all dogs. Don't idle here. You have much to do. Don't worry, for there is a plan to everything. I'm sure you will see in due time, my friend. What did you walk into? The free game I found off of Steam. Called Psychopomp. Let's see. I guess let's start with number 1. We'll go to sewage treatment. Gameplay tip. The world can be dangerous. Be careful. Real world tip. The cure for cancer was discovered in 1994 by a man known as Marcel A. Linden. Linden was unfortunately killed in 1994 when he was impaled by a child's crayon drawing. It's not hard to enter a public building. The buffoon who invented locks and windows has never heard of a hammer. Okay, I have a hammer button. How you doing, Purple? Okay. Guess I'm not meant to go that way. Water treatment. Human waste being processed and cleaned. Made acceptable for consumption again. Chemicals being added to chemicals to remove chemicals. If water treatment is for our safety and concern, why is there an elevator heading straight into the human waste? What could be hidden down there? You're okay? You just got back from making dinner, made shepherd's pie. Nice. Hope you enjoyed. And if it is such a big secret, why is it so easy to go down there? Sick fucks. I'm not sure I'm following the thread of logic this game is feeding me. Music's cool, though. Hey, this looks like an interesting, person. Kawaii Stock. Oh, hello, my aren't you a cute one? Say, isn't there nothing better than being tangled up? Would you like to be tangled up? You try to touch the stalked thing, but it grabs your hand. You just barely manage to pull your hand free at the last moment. The double-stalked thing looks at you with all of its eyes. It seems to beckon you. Oh. Well, I got an achievement. I got an achievement for that. Why do I feel gross? Oh. Have I just made everything hostile? Firebot be tripping? Wait, what did Firebot do? April 19th. I feel like I just woke up the other day for the first time. I have memories before Sunday, but they just feel so hazy, so much less vivid. I feel so awake now, so real. I just can't stop smiling. Something good has happened. It's happened. First self-portrait. Did you just fuck up the quote? I don't see you actually, quoted anything. Like, I don't see any of your comments have anything to do with a quote. Did you do it in another chat, mayhaps, or in Discord? Nope, this one you'll screenshot it. Maybe it just didn't go through. Okay, this is a church, the achievement tells me. No worries, it's fine. That was Firebot giving you a second chance to decide if you really wanted to add it. Ah, you startled me. This holy place has been overrun by those sparkle-eyed freaks. I can barely do anything to keep them away. Sorry. All gaslighting you? No. No, it just didn't. Sometimes it just doesn't send. I think it's a Twitch thing. Twitch being Twitch. You reach out to playfully yank her hair, but she doesn't let you. She's mean. Why would she do that? The Threat woman's eyes look angry, but mostly tired. Notice my little symbol over here has become more bloody the more things I have killed. What a perfect quote for the conspiracy. There you go, Maiko. Thank you for the quote. Wait. Oh, I think I see. Okay. The great woman stares back at you, suspicious of your intentions. Watch your step, wayward. The bridge is out. I've been throwing rocks into this chasm for hours, and I haven't heard one hit the bottom. Okay, so we gotta find some way to activate the bridge, I imagine. Okay, that door probably needs a key. Well, my health is now very low. Can I use this? Yes. It refilled my health some. Maybe I shouldn't have killed the first thing I came across. It might have put me in a hostile position. It's simply so fun to live off of human waste. We funnel human byproduct into our queen, who in turn replicates the raw material into flesh and milk for us. You regret touching the nugget. Your hands are covered in a greasy slime now. Okay, goodbye. You're gonna go puke. Is this the cozy bedtime game you all hoped it would be? Hey, Alex Vibes, how you doing? It is going all right. It's going very weirdly. Things are going weird, but that's okay. far, this game is very bizarre. I believe it was recommended to me under the surreal category on Steam based on other games I play. Just say I'm glad I forgot to get more caffeine. Ow. Okay. Eating some grapes. Nice. I have 1 HP. Okay, this door doesn't want this key, I guess. So let's go back. Oh. How much you want to bet this is the queen? Queen. Oh, hee hee. Is it time for me to go? She was a good queen. However, like all good queens, she must eventually be recycled. Do us a favor and use those hands of yours to get the job done. Heavy is the crown. The guillotine has been set since before the queen was born, and will be set for many generations of milk babies like her to come. You place your hand on the queen's forehead. It feels cold and glassy like porcelain. Okay, so I'm guessing the hammer is not what I was supposed to do here. Oh, wait, I do have, first of all, let me use this. What do we think? Is this the weirdest game I've played on the channel so far? Giving Slurm secret recipe. What is Slurm? Slurm is the soda brand from Futurama that comes out of giant slug's booty. Oh, I've forgotten about that. I mean, this game's got... Do I call it heart? Do I call it vision? Like, it's got something. It's unique. It feels like it's got stuff to say about stuff. It's quite unsettling, so it's doing something right. Yeah. We'll say one thing about it is the pace of it is a little slow. The whole dungeon crawly aspect could be a little quicker. Even the sprinting, which is very limited, doesn't seem to do too much. Dungeon crawling, not in my dungeon crawler. The bridge was raised, but there's nothing over here. I had hoped there may be food here that I could bring to my village, but I suppose it was just a pipe dream. All that is here is a lousy, rusty lever. Yet there's something kind of oddly chill about it all. You got an egg of the earth. Press any key to continue. Okay, on to the children's hospital, I guess. Gameplay tip: the world can be dangerous, be careful. Real world tip: a man claiming to be God appeared on American soil in 1965. He was immediately shot down by the CIA. John McCone was quoted saying, "We got him." Children's hospitals have the same smell to them. It's a clean smell that somehow makes you want to vomit, like a mixture of bleach and Elmer's glue. I love it. Doctors will always smile at you when they say they cannot help you. Give them the copay and die more as they tell you That you aren't full of cancer, aren't full of incurable illnesses. Can we slow down with the dialogue, please? And through it all, the elevator is there. I can smell it. That smell of rust and petrol breaking through the clean hospital smell. The door's wide open, waiting for me to enter. It's the accelerated hydrogen peroxide. What does accelerated mean in this context? Eternal Nurse. Welcome to the lower wing. Here we help preserve the most important individuals of humankind, both in honor of their contributions and as a sign for the rest of humanity to follow. The nurse feels dry and warm to the touch. She really cares about you. The nurse looks at you through an eyeless void. You just know she's thinking about meat. Alexander the Great is before you. He quivers and slops in a violent way. It's hydrogen peroxide that is mixed with a surfactant and acid to make it a very effective antiviral, antifungal, and antibacterial. Interesting. There's nothing greater in this world than the feeling of battle. To conquer and be conquered. To feel that warm slick on your hand, wouldn't you agree? I would do anything to feel another man's blood again. You get no pleasure from touching Alexander the Great. I will grant you your wish. Oh. Okay. Commonly used in institutions like hospitals, vet clinics, etc. Thank you for the knowledge drop. Cleopatra. There's nothing better in life than having people think you're helping them. Popularity is absolutely key when moving forward. If you play your cards right, anything seems necessary. A massacre, a young girl with a slit throat, the dissolution of a people, a crushed slave revolt. They'll do it all for you if you know how. The wiggling is making me uncomfortable. It's hard to look at. Like this wiggling here. Plato. I was right about everything in my life except for the cave. I was totally off the mark with that. I don't know. This game's weird and kind of quirky, but I don't know if I'm feeling it. I think let's maybe try something else. Oh yeah, there is no pause menu. How do I quit? This game doesn't want you to quit. Oh, well, I guess that works. Okay, game number 2. I think it could use a tiny bit more structure. It also seemed to, like, want to say some really edgy things just because. Playing Babbdi. I'm pretty sure that's how you say that. Definitely gives some direction without taking away from the psychosis of it, right? Oh, thank you for shouting out Rain, by the way. Hold on, we can't let you go without one now after you had a great stream today. Check out both of those people if you don't know them already. You will not regret it. Press tab in-game to enter the library. Oh, this one has a weird control scheme. No, it doesn't. It just took me a second to get used to coming from the other one. Baseball bat. Ivano, maybe we see each other again. Bye. Take my club. Just grab it and hit surfaces with it. Hey, thanks for lurking. Also, the brrr sound the menu options make has led Merlin to lay on your soundbar. Oh wait, that was a room I hadn't entered. Dragoyevich. His wife is sick. He needs to reach the city. By train. He has tickets to leave Babbdi. Lucky him. What is this game? Another very strange little... This one is an exploration game with no combat. You found a secret object. I've collected 1 out of 21 secret objects. Merlin has left the soundbar via the keyboard. Oh, so these are all the achievements I can get. Babbdi quest. Find a ticket in order to leave the town of Babbdi. Wave the climber. Climb your way through Babbdi and reach the highest peak. Okay, so this should be a fun little, like, explorer collect-a-thon sort of thing. Sorry, I missed which vault that guy in the vault suit was from. Oh, I'm stuck in place. Wait. It's a dangerous elevator. Booby, you want to leave. Take the train. The station isn't far. My doctor said to stay in that position. Intestinal issues. Okay, a different bat. Bork, 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 bork. Bork, bork. I got an achievement for playing with the dog. You found a secret object. You guess this is Weird Games Friday? Yeah. Agrafina. Okay, I guess I can relate to that feeling. The architecture is anxiety-inducing. I can see that. Just feels inhospitable. Yeah, I believe it is probably meant to feel that way. And this isn't someone's dream house sim. I mean, it could be for all we know. What's that? There's somebody I'm supposed to impress with a motorcycle. Do a 360 with the motorbike. Is this not a 360? One step at a time. I can make it home. We could have made the noise just a little more tolerable, you know? Like, just a hair. Parkour is kind of fun. So that's the train station. What's this person yelling about? That's more anxiety-inducing than anything. Is there fall damage? No. Oh, is this the girl by the church that we're supposed to impress with the motorcycle? It might be. Search mode, secret items. Madeline says, I'm so bored. Make my head spin. Alright, hold on. Let's go get the bike. Now we have a sense of direction. I don't know why, but this reminds me of Goat Simulator. If anybody can put into words why, I will really respect it. Impress the girl next to the church with the bike. There we go. That was impressive. That is what I say when things impress me. Surreal physics, meh graphics, seemingly meaningless objectives. Yeah, that's probably some of it. Oh, and now it's Half-Life 2. And there's another motorcycle. My plan for the ad break? Good question. I wouldn't want anybody to miss this riveting gameplay. So I should probably find something to do. Probably just get up and take a short break myself. Thank you for keeping me on top of that, Maiko. I appreciate you. Alright, there's a secret item, what, this way? Get a countdown in mod view, which is nice, yeah. Be honest, y'all, did you prefer this game or the last one so far? I think it's a little hard for me to say. one is less ick. That's true. This one, okay. Lee Chong. Sweet, sweet sunshine. Leaving Babbdi. Maybe travel agents still sell tickets. All right, an ad is about to play any second, and then when that happens, I'm going to take a short break. The ads will run for 3 minutes, and that keeps our pre-roll ads from playing. And, yeah, we'll do more of this when we come back. Get out of my sight. Okay, fine. I'm lying flat. Interesting. Okay, ad break playing any second. Any second now. Any second now, I can take my well-deserved break. Come on, ad, deliver me that freedom. I love how Twitch can't schedule ads, like, down to the second or the minute. I just have this big bar that says starts in soon, and I just have to wait for soon to turn into an ad. There it is. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, we're back for whatever this is. Y'all, I am tired. I'm a little loopy, and these games have just been the epitome of weird today. So it's resulted in a very weird mood. Ears? Oh yeah, my ears. I thought you meant I hurt your ears. Maiko, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for helping out. Thank you for sharing some clips. You checked in for loopy ad with weird games. Awesome. Yes. All right, so I need to climb this somehow. Why did my secret object scanner not pick up the secret object that was right here? It's a secret. How you doing, Herb? You know, I've never asked, are you an herb or are you a herb? Sewers oil. Sad you missed a very apparently loopy hour. Yeah, the first game was a little weird. I stopped the first game when a talking head TV screen of the philosopher Plato told me how great the touch and smell of children was. That just exceeded my comfort level. Like, it was already weird before that, but that was just like, So we're hoping this one is a better, more wholesome weird. This was my favorite music when I was a child. Something about the little ones of my house are on vacation here in Babbdi. I don't know when. No sé cuándo podré volver a mi casa, pero por el momento me gusta Babbdi. I don't know when I'll return to my house, but for the moment, I like Babbdi. Muy especial is very special. Eres loco, are you crazy? Me gusta la música. I like the music. Mi padre murió. My father died. Babbdi is Spanish for Babbdi. Didn't know I spoke Spanish. I'm not the cleanest at it, but I can usually get by okay. One letter away from my father is Mario. Trains don't stop, not even if you step on the tracks. Unless you've got a ticket. I have a hard enough time with English some days. Spanish is the only other language that I'll say I can speak. I can read and understand some words in Russian and know some phrases, but I couldn't really say I could speak it. I couldn't have like a meaningful conversation in it. You found a secret object. So much of this reminds me of Half-Life 2, honestly. Map, damn it, in your head you just heard Dora's voice saying you found the map. Maybe I can go up the levels in this garage, because it seems to be the secret object is up there. The only way of leaving Babbdi requires a train ticket. You can buy those at the end of the canal in the information center. Cool, secret object. These are all the people in the town. I've run into a lot of them. Glock. What is the secret object? This mysterious object of power. I remember when you were just a child. We had such a great time with your mother. What does that mean? What did you say about my mother? Hey son, does your mother still frequent dockside bars? It's not worth it. Disappointed there's no secret there? Yeah. There's a light on in that window. My brain tells me there's probably something going on there. If only I had, like, a hang glider. Whose mom am I all pissed about? I don't know. Defend all moms. Alley-oop. Okay, but don't defend her, Mom. Oh, that's just darkness. Nothing but darkness. And all moms that meet my specific criteria for good mom. Okay, fair. Is there something I should be doing with this huge boulder? Shouldering it? Where? Boulder's gone. Too bad it's not a rock. The pioneers used to ride those babies for miles. Oh, it fell through the floor. Okay. Okay, so that looked like something. I found a secret object. Hey, Danny, I hope you're having a good one also. I feel like several people are having a less good one after being here for the games that I'm playing. It's true, I've just ruined your evening. So you came in at an interesting room, yes. Hey, Kian. Oh god, have the games been not great? Yeah, the first one got uncomfortable. This one is... I don't even know how to put it into words. Okay. So many friends filtering in. Yes, it's good to see everybody. It was edgy in a not cool way, exactly. You saw my comparison to Goat Sim, and you get what I mean somehow. Okay, I think there was another place I could break something down, but I don't remember where. Ah, yes, the toilet, of course. Okay, there's another club there. You found the map! Okay, so I haven't been to Spielplatz yet. Map time, map time. Bird. Misty, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Huh. These sound effects sound like somebody is splashing a bowl of water in my ear. This is not me hating on an indie game, by the way. Hope things are good. This game looks interesting. Yeah, things are going well. Today's game selection has been very strange. Reminds me of water. Liquids, earth water, you know? The sounds of H2O. And this Minecraft texture pack is wild. Okay, this is just a big, open, empty area for some reason. Love this. Why is the water grage? Because it's canal water, I guess. Am I even supposed to be here? I mean, who is to say that any of us are supposed to be anywhere, especially in this game? Open concept really brings in a lot of sunlight and warms the space. Commercial, how you doing?
Oh look, it's my bestest friend on Twitch taking a mud bath.
Aw, Commercial. Friend, it's so good to have you. I hope the rest of your stream went well. Did you get some good paintings done? Splish splash, I was taking a mud bath. Did you got one done? That's awesome. I look forward to seeing it. Her cat she did for you was incredible. I got to see a little bit of the cat before I left. We gotta get out of this water. I couldn't agree more. So, what's happening in this indie game? I believe our wife is sick. We're trying to get out of this town called Babbdi, and the only way out of the town is to get a train ticket. And there's a bunch of other random optional objectives to complete as well. Oh no, our wife. Yeah, but so far we were more concerned with impressing some woman at a church with a motorcycle versus our wife, so... I did impress her, though. I did. She might have had medicine for the wife. The motorcycle bit you saw was this game? Yes. Woman at church impressed by motorcycles? Yeah, she was so bored. She wanted us to make her head spin. So I made it spin by going around with my cool motorcycle. Nice 90-degree train track turn right here, yeah. Grab what? Grab what? What secret object did I find? Did anybody see what secret object? I think it was this. Can's cat. These are all the secret objects we've found so far. It was really objecty. The question is, can we take this into the water? Yes. You've realized something. What have you realized? This game is basically what you do inside in your brain. I thought I made a pretty sick beat. Not a big fan of the noisy canal section of Maiko's brain. Hey, we accept Maiko's brain for all that it is. Okay, this is a really neat corner. Love it. A Space Monkey. Objective, find medicine for wife. Achievements, learned trumpet, swam in canal water, parkour. One step at a time, I can make it home. How's it going? This is how it's going. Hope you're doing well, Space Monkey. You're putting on Spotify, this game having no music is too much, and it had the opportunity to have a great soundtrack. Reminds you of the long drive in that almost nothing is happening, but think you're still somehow entertained. Jesus. What music would make this just unbelievably dumb? Oh, hello across the way there. Aw, yeah. Why not, right? Why not? You're listening to synth covers of AC/DC songs. Oh! Alternatively, leaf blower. Yeah, but the leaf blower runs out of height eventually. I was hitting it on the beat for a second. Is this a scary game? Other than being indescribably surreal, no. Like, there's no monsters or anything. There's no combat. think it's a creepy game. Yeah. It's definitely like liminal spacey in a way I can't quite describe. There's an achievement for climbing to the highest level, so let me see if I can do that real quick. Kian, thank you for the hydrate. There's got to be a better way. Ooh, this surface is smooth. That's got to be the highest point over there, right? I don't know why this guy won't stop shouting. That fall made you nauseous. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What's going on in this painting? (1984) Collapse by Jared Diamond. Guns, Germs, and Steel. Okay, I know exactly. I'm getting the vibe from this. Roadside Picnic. Anybody putting the pieces together? This is somebody who definitely believes in social collapse, and Roadside Picnic is what inspired Stalker. Yeah, I thought it was a Bosch, but I couldn't be sure. Lurk as you get ready for bed. I couldn't imagine watching a worse game before bed. But Zartrin, I wish you all the best. An optimist, you see. Found a secret object. Okay. I've got a lot of the secret objects so far. It's not the Hell Triptych, and it's not Garden of Earthly Delights, and those are the only two anyone knows. Yeah, but it does distinctly kind of look Boschian, doesn't it? Honestly, though, the exploration value I'm getting out of this game is pretty neat. And, like, I can tell a lot of love went into it. What? Is that a stock sound effect? Is that why it says preview every time? You thought you got an ad? No, I'm pretty sure each one of those is a stock sound effect, and that's why it says preview every time. Every achievement noise. Wait. Wait. This is secretly just a parkour game. Not even secretly. I play the most random games sometimes. I know. I know. Don't you love it? Found the perfect song for this. Oh boy. Shit has been making a fuss. I'm surprised I still remember some of the lyrics in Russian. Secret object. I think I'm not supposed to actually get over here because I'm hitting like an invisible wall. Maiko, thank you for 5 gift subs. They went to Darth Sir, Ba Unit, Ja Alexander, Tipster, and Spoons112. Thank you very much, Maiko. I appreciate you. I'm glad to be appreciated in the weirdest, goofy games that I subject you all to. Finally, an upgrade to Spoons 111. Space Monkey, thank you for the 61 bits. look, another one of these. Okay, so I'll know it's here if I need it. Oh. Surely I can just fly to Medicine HQ now. Is this a flying device or a musical instrument? In my hands, both. Can't see anything in here. The way to leave is to take a train. Ha! We can fly there in a short 4 months. I don't know how I made that landing. No more tickets. Hey, it's the vault suit guy. They don't sell tickets anymore. Remember that sick woman? She died. Maybe you can have her ticket. Oh, maybe it's not my wife that's sick? Take this device and right-click to find her corpse. Wife died. No, some other woman, I think. Thank goodness for that bridge. Guess she won't be using it? Yeah. What does right-clicking do? It moves my mouse like this. So it shows me where the corpse is. But here's a person I haven't talked to yet. Jumping won't hurt you. Try jumping. Did I see the instructions? No. Oh. Scroll to change scale. Babbdi scale. Now I can play taps when I find her corpse. This is one of the games you have ever seen. I was just about to say, without you all, I would never play such a game and bring it to the people, so I hope you're really proud of your role in that. Her body decayed so quickly. No need for this anymore, take it. I should consider leaving. Yeah, maybe. Why the hell did he have her body? I don't know. This game offers many questions and few answers that you would like to have. Alright, so I have about half the secret objects. Thank you for the quote, Space Monkey. Maybe we should check the canals a second time? Maybe. I can fly over the splishy splash sounds if we do. Found a secret object. Todd Howard could learn a thing or two here. Ah, that's the motorcycle I found. This is like Shadow of the Colossus. Just without the colossi and the shadows. And with incessant droning noises. Swear to God, there better be a great secret back here. It's the best secret of all, an invisible wall. Yeah, I don't think I can change the search mode. Can't believe the prize was nothing. Can't you, though? Deep down. You have pizza. Very nice. You're still mad Minecraft is down? For real, I was telling Maiko earlier, I'm like, I don't know that that I feel up to streaming, so my backup plan is just to hop on the Minecraft server. And look what happens when Minecraft goes down. You all get exposed to this. Now you don't feel so bad. Yeah, the Minecraft servers are down. She loved the Yeah, Space Monkey, I think Minecraft plays on a localized server whether you're single or multiplayer. I don't know if it requires the authentication server to do so, but I'm pretty sure it creates a server instance either way. Single player is working as far as you know? Okay. Alright, what do I have for achievements? Okay, so I still have not interacted with everybody. That's what I need to do. Interact with everybody in the town, leave the town, do a 360 with the motorbike, and get hit by a train. We 100%ing this? Yeah, why not? The information center is at the end of the canal. Yeah, I figured that out. Okay, I got hit by a train. Babbdi. Okay. How is this thing unlimited and what is it called? I don't know. We 72%ing this. Hold on, let's... Okay, I have 4 minutes to beat this. 4 minutes. But where is it? There it is. Better beat the game before the ads, that's what I'm trying. They don't sell tickets anymore? Yep, okay. Wrong floor. Yeah. Space Monkey! Thank you for gifting a sub to Danny. I don't know why single gift subs are not... So, I've seen a couple streams where the alerts aren't going off for some reason. But thank you for that, Space Monkey. I really appreciate it. Is it broken here, too? It must be everywhere. Beat it in under 4 minutes. Okay, now we're gonna try to get all of the secrets and talk to everybody. Another secret object. If I were another secret object, where would I be? To gift to a specific person and still get an alert, you just have to choose random and hope really hard. Yeah. Why is the kappa part of the quote? All right. Ad breaks incoming. I know Space Monkey made sure that everybody here had a sub, but you never know about lurkers and the like, so we're gonna take our ad break seriously and not play the game through it. You know what? I think I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. That is my prerogative. Yes, group stretch. While I am gone, your task is to stretch something. I don't care what, I just care that you stretch it and stretch it safely. I'll be back in just a moment. Appreciate you all for being here. Hey, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. Let's listen to some more droning sounds and try to find the last 6 secret objects. You can understand why I got rid of that gunshot alert. Yeah, it wasn't very lurker-friendly or anything like that. Use your imagination, A. I don't think somehow you needed my encouragement to do that. Welcome back. Thank you. Maiko, thank you for playing clips. I appreciate you. Bird, 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 bird. Oh, another one of these things. Brain always be imagining. Dual-wheeled spinners. I don't think I've investigated this much yet. Are there separate buttons for each of these propellers? Left click fires the front one. That pulls me forward. Space fires the top one that lifts me up. Wonder if this is just a common mode of transportation here. For example, just now I imagined a sound alert that is a very loud and sudden fart. It would startle the streamer and be called a fartle. Okay. Back in the day, everyone used to have these things. It was a nightmare. Ooh, what's up here? Just the sound alone of everyone zooming around. Oh, is this... Ah, that's how I'm meant to get up here. Okay. Secret objects. Any secret objects? As I come walking back to my PC, I hear that lovely noise. Ad is flying once again. Battlefield beta. Okay, so there's still a person to be found somewhere, too. Is that wife? That is not wife. I think. Was thinking earlier it looks like an old Halo map or something. You're right. For those who got here late and missed dog, you get an achievement if you take the ball and throw it at the dog. Bork, 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 bork. Truly dog-shaped dog. This is the very loud TV, the jump scare TV that I will not be turning on again. Legit feels like you could just fly around here for hours. I'm glad the young people of this era have games like this. You know, there's something to... There used to be a lot more emphasis on just exploration and secret collecting in games that this reminds me of. You missed the long drive. Did I ever get any further in that? No, but it's always there waiting for us. Alright, what am I missing? Thinking that too, it captures the exploration and for potential secret things and unexpected depth, right. Okay, this is the parking garage. This game seems to have little depth. I mean, I feel like this is probably a one to a couple people project that they really put a little bit of love into for a minute. BRB gotta wind down for bed. Yeah, no worries. Wind down to this. There's two people brothers that was listed on the credits. Ah, very nice. Thanks, welcome. Alright, who actually wants to see me look for all the secrets some more? And who wants me to play another game I have downloaded that might only be 15 minutes? Minecraft was initially created by one person, right? Poll? We could do a quick little poll. Totally wouldn't mind going to 100%. Yeah, Space Monkey, would you mind? Ah, that takes us back there, okay. Hi, Cemetery Chick. Welcome. Ah, very good, Space Monkey. You worded the poll in the valid way. The only valid way a Twitch poll can be worded. What do? Took the most massive IBS shit. Now I'm here. What it do? I hope you're recovering well. What it do is this. It do that. You're dreading your upcoming birthday. I'm sorry to hear it. I'm not always the biggest birthday fan myself. News, that sound was thick 10 minutes ago. You actually played this game? What did you think of it? Gave you weird-ass streams. I fully believe that. Really does feel like a kind of nightmare, yet it still feels better than the last game we played. The last game we played got super uncomfortable really fast. I feel like I've searched, like, where it makes sense. You missed that? Yeah, just an uncomfortable kind of weird. I found a secret object. Like a, maybe we don't have to be that edgy to be weird kind of feeling, you know? Okay, close poll. But we're gonna try another game now. It may only be 15 minutes, but we'll try it. Buy a hair is try another game. You'll know that I have run out of things to do when we come back and 100% Babbdi. Babbdi. All right, this was fun. This was good work. I applaud this. I respect this. I stand this. Thank you for giving us this experience. This was an experience. It was. You're welcome, brain in a jar that dreamed up Babbdi. All right. Now playing Perfect Vermin. You missed it. It's okay, Love Glutton. We've had some weird stuff. So I'm curious, do I play D&D? I do not. Welcome in. I've never played D&D. Not gonna say anything about Perfect Vermin other than yeesh. Oh, you know of it. Okay. Would it ever interest me? I don't know. Maybe with the right group. Why did that open up on this monitor? Hold on, I can't see chat. I have no idea what anybody's saying to me. Alright. You beat this? Okay. I'm not saying anything about it. I respect that. You like the sounds a lot? They're, certain kind of unsettling. Click left to interact. It all makes me want to play Minecraft. Oh, hey, it changed. Yeah, we smashed office furniture, except one time we smashed a chair and it groaned and bled. Can I break the wall? Looks like no. Can I demonstrate the
Hello,
groan,
Gordon.
please? Hello, Love Glutton. When I come across another groan, I will surely let you know. That. Wow, your cubicle lets you have 2 toilets? What is making those noises? Certainly see a lot of familiar faces here. Hello, Midnight Gaming Matt. How you doing? Pretty good surviving a zombie apocalypse in 7 days to die. Very nice. I haven't done that in a minute. It's about to go to 1.0, I know. I had a feeling that was one. How did I know? Excited it looks good? Yeah. Return to the elevator so you can try this again. This dude, I love his games. What else has he made? Do it again, but better. Counter has been reset to 5, right? Are they gonna be in the same places? They hide poorly. Keep going. Don't let them spread. One left. Find it. I don't remember where the last one was. Do it again, but better. Okay. Twitch loves that static. made this cool-ass roguelike called Brutal Orchestra one of your favorites. I seriously don't remember where this last one was. So yeah, Minecraft is back up. Nice. There are weird, obvious placements, but you can't remember the... Ah, there it is. This building has more chambers that need cleansing. Return to the elevator. No nonsense this time. Do your job. They do not feel pain, keep going. That took longer than expected. I need you to work faster. Return to the elevator. The next floors are contaminated. So yeah, this is a bit disturbing. This floor's geometry has become uncooperative. Work quickly. This is so disorienting, isn't it? It's a really cool idea for the level. Why was his skin erupting in boils? A great question. You have a theory you will keep to yourself? Okay. How do I know what to hit? What is out of place? What seems like it's furniture that doesn't belong in a certain area? Just go. Which is really difficult when everything's upside down. Please go. Yeah, same as the first level, just upside down, yeah. Prop hunt meets rage rooms. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? Good luck, right? What in the fucking what? Yeah, that's a great way to put it. Oh, I killed this one on the other screen without even knowing. How you doing, kind? This is so much visually. I'm controlling both at the same time. Okay. Explain. Okay, so there are things pretending to be humans, and I have to crush all of them within a time limit, but the left and the right screen, I'm controlling both at the same time, so I'm having to play 2 levels at the same time. And the dead man, we don't really know. He seems to be getting sicker. Yes, he does. Oh, how about this? But it's also the one telling me to keep doing this, right? I always hated my mother. I lived in terror of becoming like her. What horrible comedy that in the end, I even die like her. Twisted by hate and desire. I was cruel to you before. Your task was always impossible. My hope was never fair. I offer this as an explanation of my hate. I offer no excuse. Do not worry yourself with the timer. It is not for you. I am being unborn. And once again, I am amused by the simple beauty of colors. Such abstract and fleeting things. I will unknow them. It was good to live. It was good. If only I had more time. Jesus! Don't look back, but what if I want to? Whatever this is, it needs to be quick. There's been... Mr. Spitz, please sit down. We need to discuss your test results. There's been an accident, a massacre downtown. That will have to wait. No, this will wait. There are people dying. You are dying. It's what we had feared. The cancer has spread. It's now. What's happening in that office downtown is the perfect story. It's what I'll be remembered for. I have to go. We'll treat this cancer. It can wait. If it was just in your pancreas alone, it would be inoperable. But it spread to your liver, your lungs, even your bones. By our estimates, you have 4 to 6 months. You need to start putting your affairs in order. I don't have time for this. People need me. This is the story of my career, my life. I can't ignore it. You can't walk out of this office and have this all just go away. No one will care about my death if I don't prove to them that I lived. Yeah, second, that waiting room was way too real. I remember when I got diagnosed, I was in a room like that, spent my time alone counting the ceiling tiles. And okay, this was like a decade ago now. Wow. As far as games go, that was one of them. Yeah, but you know what? I really liked it. That packed so much emotion and so much feeling and so much what did I just see into like 15 minutes, maybe? Love that game. It's also possible to beat that Unborn level, but can't remember what you get. Okay, if you like that, you would love Brutal Orchestra. Let me look into it. Howdy, Darkin. How you doing? Interesting. If it weren't $20, which is probably fair, I'm not saying they're not fair to ask that, but if it weren't that, I'd probably give it a try right now. How you doing? Technical issues? No technical issues. They also did Swallow the Sea, which is free. Right, I'm looking at that right now. It's not as good or as deep, but it's neat. Let's try it. My stream might tank for just a second while this downloads. Oh, it's done. Okay. Erica, welcome in. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Swallow the Sea, album by insert next great phrase that we call a band name. Hold left to move. Tap right to dash and smash. Pardon me if I dash and smash. Dash and smash, I barely click to move. Oh, yeah. Yeah, thank you, Kian. Can I push you into the spikes? Or what else am I supposed to do? This guy's bullying me, and I'm tired of it. Swallowed by the sea, it happens to the best of us. Can break the wall now, okay. You can break the yellow walls, but you have to collect all the Pac-Man dots to turn red walls yellow. Got it. It's a lot of skull eels, yeah, it is. Things got suddenly very quiet. Oh, are you kidding me? Oh, okay, we restart here. Eels are running from me now, by the way, right. don't think that guy was supposed to be in that tunnel. Running from me or running from the thing hunting me? Good question. Well, thing's face is kind of Shel Silverstein-like. Okay, I know which way to go now. Why can why can he turn so tight? To better eat me, of course. Put all his points in bite and cornering. Guess that's the form that takes a boss battle. Something like that. Definitely not the first game that's done this concept, but it does it really well. Definitely need some silly, funny games to play, kind of like this. Not what I would have described this as. Time for you to get some sleep. Have a good one, Zarchin. Thank you for hanging with us. Hope you get some good rest and a good start to your weekend. Warped Mind, what can you say? Well, this one is free. Now I'm a slightly bigger baby. Oh. Okay, that one still hurts me. Get off of me. Uh-oh. Oh, this is claustrophobic for sure. Boros complete. Swallow the sea. Good God, was that depressing? Because games tend to not end good. Yeah. The big purple worm shows up in the screenshots on Brutal Orchestra. Nice. Enough people played this to make it recognizable. After all that struggle, yeah, it's almost like it's saying something about the author's philosophy. Woro, sorry, I forgot it had a name. Okay, apparently they have one more game that's reasonably priced. By which I mean, you know, not to imply that the $20 game is unreasonable, but one that I can do right now in the moment. Heatstroke. Heatstroke is a simulation game tasking you to transcribe an unhinged short story while driving down a seemingly endless desert road. Let's try it. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. Ads are going to run in a minute, so I'm just going to... Hold on. I'm going to run the ads early while I'm downloading this game, and then that way we'll get them out of the way, and they should be done by the time I'm ready to start playing it. So I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads right now, and then that should keep us all in line. Appreciate you all. As a person who's been hospitalized from heat stroke, you're assuming this will be weird. All right, let's see. Let's see how long it takes us to get it. Story time. I'm actually really glad that I found um these developers. Is the game Heatstroke or are we talking about IRL? Love Glutton was talking about IRL, but the game is called Heatstroke. Swallow the Sea by Heatstroke. Yeah, that does kind of sound like it would be a thing, doesn't it? I'm gonna have to write reviews on all of these later. I also downloaded Nightmare Kart. So, for those of you not familiar, Nightmare Kart is a racing game, a PS1 style racing game that was originally developed as Bloodborne Kart, and it had Bloodborne characters and stuff in it. And then Sony sent them a cease and desist, so they had to change it to be legally distinct Nightmare Kart. But it still very much looks like Bloodborne. Sounds awesome. Yeah, I don't know that we'll get to it tonight. I know it's got Susie Hunter in it. You all know Susie Hunter, the Sphere Hunter. Um she was the character Stella in Cyberpunk, streamer, YouTuber. Um I think she's voicing Trish in the Devil May Cry reboot. All right, and we should be back from ads in 3, 2, 1. DMC is getting a reboot apparently. Okay, Heatstroke is barely a game and asks the player to accomplish an absurd feat that is frankly cruel and unusual. Heatstroke is not intended to be your first experience with an It's the Talia game. If you have not played a game by It's the Talia before, we recommend starting with one of her free games, which can be found at the links below instead. Good luck and God help you. Like their honesty, yep. Write the fucking book. Scroll down. Ah, okay, okay. Everyone agreed he was beautiful. Some thought his beauty was in his skin or muscles. Some thought instead it was in his mind. Cynics among us would argue that his true beauty was in neither his body nor mind. but instead in his bank account. William Christensen was a man who was in the right place at the right time at all points of life. Inheriting his father Castor Christensen's petrol and lubrication company, Castor Standard Refining, near the end of the Second World War is one such example. This is just a chance for me to flex my typing at y'all. Castor Standard Refining was the underdog of the petrol trade, but due to a botched monopolization during wartime on behalf of Castor's competitor, William, and Castor Standard Refining were now left with a majority share of the market that they had no intention of losing. It's not even a fun book. The world, fattened on fossil fuels and other ancient oils, was wrapped around William's finger. William had become comically rich. If he commanded them to build pyramids in his name, they would build him mountains of concrete and rebar with assurances that he couldn't have made a wiser investment. William had a very simple problem with very complex implications. A section of his brain, specifically the parietal lobe, was in the midst of committing a quiet mutiny. It was festering into a cancer that could be easily removed, but at the cost of completely compromising his mathematical ability. A businessman that can't add and subtract is no businessman at all, so William was... Why did it go quiet? Forced to test the true limits of his wealth. 1 out of 9. I often suspect the rich find it humorous to keep you waiting. Maybe it's to let you know that they don't really need you, to make you feel small, replaceable. Mr. Christensen had kept me waiting for close to an hour now. Perhaps my impatience was without warrant. Many would pay to simply be in this waiting room, everything gilded and afforded at an obvious expense. In some ways, it was nice being attended to by the secretary with the smooth, reassuring voice. Was the orb always there? My cart seems to lean left, so my theory is if I put it slightly in the it seems to lean right. So my theory is if I put it slightly in the oncoming lane, it should give me plenty of room to drift. I had become lost in thought, watching some birds struggle to maintain altitude outside one of the many windows when she finally called me. Mr. Christensen requires you to enter now. There was no room for my thoughts or feelings in her gentle command. I was an object waiting to be appraised. As a small act of protest, I took 3 mints from the bowl before her as I passed, making sure my eye contact was met. Is this the full game? Yes. Oh, it's gotten kind of dark. Pressing an unseen button, the door to Mr. Christensen's office opened, making a small hiss as if it were a slumbering dragon disturbed by mortal men. I felt my rump tingle as a final reminder of how long I had been sitting in that uncomfortable chair. Well, that happened fast. That's the game. Oh, man. The story makes no sense. Was a man who was in the right place at the right time at all points of life. Inheriting his father Castor Christensen's petrol and lubrication company, Castor Standard Refining, near the end of the Second World War is one such example. Castor Standard Refining was the underdog of the petrol trade, but due to a botched monopolization during wartime on behalf of Castor's competitor, raw flesh worm You can see the wing mirror even in typing mode, kinda? Okay. Let's get us all the way in the other lane. What are those windscreen words? It happens when we drive off the road into the shoulder. So if my theory is correct, we need to get all the way into the other lane to buy us as much time as possible. Since the car drifts right. William and Castor Standard Refining were now left with a majority share of the market that they had no intention of losing. The world, fattened on fossil fuels and other ancient oils, was wrapped around William's finger. Gonna lurk and listen so you don't accidentally ban someone. Alright, have a good night, Maiko. Thanks for hanging out with us, thanks for helping, and all that you do. Somehow, I am actually typing this while having distinct conversation with you all, and I'm beginning to grow afraid of my own power. Good night, Maiko. We appreciate you. complications. A section of his brain, specifically the parietal lobe, was in the midst of committing a quiet mutiny. It was festering into a cancer that could be easily removed, but at the cost of completely compromising his mathematical ability. Is this about our brain? Is this what you all expected? When I said I was gonna load up and play some weird little indie games today, is this the road you expected us to go down? A businessman that can't add and subtract is no businessman at all, so William was forced to test the true limits of his wealth. 1 out of 9. Death, neuron, raw, worm, skin, mannequin. To be fair, Disco Elysium had you ready for anything. Them dreams have been wild. We will be getting back to Disco Elysium. I often suspect the rich find it humorous to keep you waiting. Maybe it's to let you know that they don't really need you, to make you feel small, replaceable. Mr. Christensen had kept me waiting for close to an hour now. Perhaps my impatience was without warrant. Many would pay to simply be in this waiting room, everything gilded and afforded at an obvious expense. Nothing quite like watching a goofy, Italian splatter film at 2 a.m. Just saying, random indie games have a long way to go to out weird disco. It's true. In some ways, it was nice being attended to by the secretary with the smooth, reassuring voice. I had become lost in thought, watching some birds struggle to maintain altitude outside one of the many windows when she finally called me. Don't think I've ever been able to accurately expect any demo I've played. Mr. Christensen requires you to enter now. There was no room for my thoughts or feelings in her gentle command. I was an... Got your iron farm working, nice. This cop watching playing fetch with his dog, and the dog brought back a rotten hand instead of the stick. Object, waiting to be appraised. As a small act of protest, I took 3 mints from the bowl before her as I passed, making sure my eye contact was met. Pressing an unseen button, the door to Mr. Christensen's office opened, making a small hiss as if it were a slumbering dragon disturbed by mortal men. Boy, it's awfully dark. I felt my rump tingle as a final reminder of how long I had been sitting in that uncomfortable chair. You just accidentally threw your enchanted diamond sword in lava? No. Oh no, Space Monkey, I'm sorry. Stepping through the doorway into Mr. Christensen's office was like stepping through a portal into another world. Even the air felt different, moistened by a garden of fanciful yet simple devices that produced a pleasant mist that cooled the skin. It's awfully dark. Goes back to typing. It was shockingly dim and a far cry from the well-lit opulence of the outside. For a moment, I considered that this might be some manner of elaborate ploy to lower my guard, but then quickly reeled my ego back into check. Mr. Christensen's office was personalized in a way architecture could rarely be. The low ceiling, studded by simple fluorescent lights, drew all attention to the center of the massive room. Even though this was the 100th floor of the building, it felt subterranean, as if inhabited by some sort of great worm that skin could not be allowed to dry. This is actually an interesting story. Navigating the humidifier devices was like shuffling through the home of a porter. Even though Mr. Christensen was just before me, I knew my approach would be slowed. What's up, Boogie? Good to see you. Nice place you have here. I had not properly braced myself for how loudly my voice would echo. There was a painful and awkward pause before I heard a chuckle purely out of obligation. I was close enough now to get a good look at Mr. Christensen. He was seated behind a monolithic desk made of polished hardwood that I'm sure had some exotic and enthralling origin. The chair he sat in was surprisingly cheap in appearance and very visibly worn. Obviously, let's get back on the other side of the road. Selected for comfort rather than grandeur. In fact, his appearance as a whole was surprisingly shabby up close. An unshaved face and loose-fitting clothes, it felt odd to be the more sharply dressed of the two. You know, honestly, I feel like their disclaimer at the beginning of this game was very apt. Only 8 minutes in the movie has already made you facepalm like 3 times. I'm glad you're enjoying it. The corner of my eyes detected movement and caused me to jump reflexively. Mr. Christensen was shadowed by 2 figures dressed in black that silently shadowed him. The dim light made them appear almost as mannequins. They were accompanied by a small machine more utilitarian than the rest of the room that beeped quietly to itself with an unliving pulse. This is going on a lot longer than the first playthrough. Yeah, I'm getting a little more feel for the timing and everything. I wasn't aware anyone would be joining us, I said, finally approaching the desk. You don't need to worry yourself with them. Their necessity will be clear in a moment. Please, Randall, take a seat. How have you been? Referring to me by my first name was an obvious move towards dominating the discussion. I leaned on the edge of his desk, refusing the cheap metal and plastic seat laid out for me. Timing, have zero clue why this is longer. Yeah, so if you notice, the car drifts. Like, while I'm looking down, the car starts to drift off the road, and the first time I let it go too long, and I ran off the shoulder, and then I guess my brain got infiltrated by evil words, and I died. You spared no expense in getting me here. I think it would be best to omit the foreplay. I wouldn't want to waste your precious time. I was surprised by how snide my tone was. The stop and start journey here had irritated me more than I anticipated. Mr. Christensen chuckled. Randall, I appreciate that, but you're actually here to help make my time a little less precious. I'll cut up, thanks. Yeah, no worries. My vision had been drifting off to the tiny clouds of mist circling us from the humidifiers in the room, but his odd request caused my head to turn back to focus. Oh, and how does a disgraced bioengineer help with that? Hey, it's day again. I was bracing myself for the sales pitch that I couldn't possibly refuse. I have a cancer of the brain. For most, it would be fatal, but I am completely confident in my medical staff's ability to remove it. This development was always a possibility to me, and I admittedly felt clever for predicting it. Well, I was too hasty in my response. Mr. Christensen continued to speak. Don't worry, I'm not interested in work as a surgeon. He punctuated this with a sound that was equal parts cough and laugh. Instead, I want you to help solve the problem of replacement. Yeah, look at that daylight. Look at those lovely figures in the distance. I hesitated for a moment before speaking again, anticipating being cut off once more. Replacement? I'm not sure I follow. My mind was racing with possibilities, but none seemed to stick. I want you somehow to replace the section of my brain that is to be removed. Shocked, I turned to stare him in the face to see if this was some kind of jest. That's not I should have expected him to cut me off again. You will not be accomplishing this task alone. I have collected and contracted the world's finest surgeons, engineers, interdisciplinary scientists, artists, and philosophers to aid in... I don't remember the last time I've done this much typing. Accomplishing this goal. There will be no monetary objects. My entire wealth is at your disposal. He paused before continuing. Although I do not have complete confidence in your collective abilities, there truly could be no more able of a team. My mind raced with what this might entail. The sheer possibility of the coming months was immense. For a moment, I was not here in this room 600 meters above the ground, but instead deep within the labyrinth of my mind, equal measures lost and euphoric. Mr. Christensen had a long smile across his face. In his eyes, I saw droplets of fear, but I suspect this was mere projection. Hands up in chat if you're following this story. Why I was cut off this time by the beeping of the stout machine behind him. The two mannequin-like figures descended upon him with strange instruments I couldn't make out in the dim light. He handed himself over to them like a child being embraced by a mother. So many hands thrown down into the deepest chasm, mostly just vibing to the keyboard sounds. That's fair. The act was confusing and somewhat embarrassing to watch. It was obviously medical, but had undertones of vulnerability that didn't sit well with me. I will admit you have my interest, but I have to ask, why artists and why philosophers? Wouldn't they just get in the way? I questioned, unsure if he could currently answer. Keyboard ASMR. Okay, that seems to be a common sentiment. Is it better with the music on or off? Do you believe in souls, Randall? His voice hushed so as to not interrupt the mannequin's work. Was this a trick question? Yeah, off. Lovely statues on the side of the road. Was I about to walk into a linguistic trap? I've never found much of a use for them. They've always seemed unnecessary for the function of the universe or, well, body. Again, he chuckled. You have highlighted my exact need for the world's eminent philosophers of self. I want to ensure whatever comes out the other end of this process is still William Christensen in more senses than just physical. And the artists? I couldn't help but prod further. I've become a... Oh, EA, go away. My EA tried to open up over the game. Accustomed to a certain quality of life. His words briefly brought my attention to his subterranean taste. I believe in your utilitarian ability to solve my problem, but my being requires a dash of decadence. I want a bit more than a livable hell. He almost formed a following thought, but was silenced by one of the mannequin doctors hushing him. Oh, I was almost off the road. Good thing I checked. I was really expecting more jump scares by now, right? Subterranean Taste by Heatstroke, yeah. Okay, so there we go. I was about to say, in this part of the night, I can't really see the road. In a soft, feminine voice and inserting some kind of metal tool into his mouth. I took his being occupied for a few moments to organize my thoughts. What I had been asked was an impossibility, at least for the modern day. I couldn't fathom even a possible mechanism that could perform what he had asked. Oh! Hello, giant eye in the sky. Perhaps it would be best to take his offer, this offer, purely on a monetary basis. No, this thought was mistaken. No matter what, he would survive, or at least his corporate underling would. I should fear retribution if I fail. I had lost my opportunity for tenure at every university I had attended. He knew this. He had me trapped. But I wouldn't be on this team alone. I'd be accompanied by many others. Perhaps I could use them to shirk the project's failure. I was being foolish. I was going to take this opportunity. Multiple eyes in the sky. Let's just ignore that. We got a novel to write. It was categorically and obviously the offer of a lifetime. The mannequins had finished examining his mouth, and the conversation would resume soon. I should speak first. He already had me cornered. It'd be my only chance at any control. Well, Mr. Christensen, you make a persuasive argument, but I suspect you are acutely aware of that. I would be happy to meet the rest of this team. Alright, we got a lot of eyes in the sky. A whole lot of eyes looking at us. I like that the main character also sees it and is like, weird, let's write. Mannequins reset to their original positions, and the beeping machine seemed at rest. I knew we would come to an understanding. In fact, I was so confident that I have already arranged a transport for you to your new residence at Walker Hall. Your personal belongings will be carefully retrieved by my assistants and transported there as well. I felt more reassured by this than I should have. A wave of relaxation washed over me, knowing that I didn't need to concern myself with packing my things. Perhaps I should have been more concerned with a billionaire casually having access to my belongings, but I was exhausted from not just today, but the previous years. I'm hearing whispering now, too. Well, Mr. Christensen, I suppose I won't use up any more of your time. My voice sounded somewhat defeated. Randall, you can call me William. 2 out of 9. Okay, we're about 20% of the way there. About 20%. Maybe. I pushed open the heavy metal fire door to escape to the outside of Walker Hall. The air was slightly too cold for comfort, but it felt good to not be cooped up in a sweaty conference room. It was day 8 of discussion. Oh, so you can pause the game. You can pause the game, but you only get 15 minutes to do it. Is that total? Yeah. You only get 15 total minutes to pause. Spitballing as Kyle's a surprisingly rotund neurosurgeon irritatingly put it. We had come to an agreement on nothing. Too many chefs in a single cramped kitchen. What I got so far, this Christensen guy who's really pretty, has a lot of money from Daddy's petrol business. He's got a little brain tumor in his pretty head that compromises his businessman abilities, so he now wants us to help him not die, and he got felt up by some mannequins at some point. Danny, I feel like you're paying better attention than I am. He wants us to replace the part of his brain that's affected, I guess. And he still wants to be himself. I could see all of the city from here over the railing that I suspected was to prevent suicides. People living simpler lives moving around like insects through the forest floor. Even armored police vehicles looked toy-like from this far away. I thought for a moment of all the light that bounced off these objects and didn't make it to my eyes, only to hurtle off into space, never to know a mortal's gaze. I felt impossibly small for a moment. I thought about William and how positive he had stayed as we squabbled like children. This project was doomed from conception, genius concepts thrown at an impossible problem like paper planes in a forest fire. For a moment, I felt like crying, but knew no tears would arrive. These statues are getting cooler and more impressive. I wonder if it's based on time or your distance in the story. Fuck it all. I said to no one in particular, writing the tinge of catharsis it gave me. I let go of everything mortal and tuned into the city. For a moment, I felt both more and less than human, but free of any contradictions that would entail. I had wondered where you kept escaping to. A voice interrupted my meditation. I opened my eyes and witnessed a woman, much shorter than I, standing in one of the furred coats William had provided us as a gift. It was obviously intended for a male build and seemed colossal on her. Her olive skin seemed almost vibrant against the cold blue metal backdrop of the hall. Found my secret lair, I see. It's pretty cold, but there is a pleasant view. As I spoke, I was trying to place her in my head. I had seen her in the meetings, but I couldn't recall anything about her beyond that. I suspected she might be one of the many philosophers William insisted on including. I'd been hiding away in one of these stairwells, but the view was a lot less spectacular than this, and Roger paid me visits far too often. I grinned at realizing our shared distaste for conversations with Kyle's, who she referred to more affectionately by his first name, Roger. You're with the philosophy team, right? This was a shot in the dark. I cared little about the philosophy team's input, so I suspected I may have missed her. You mean the philosophy team you constantly overtalk? She said this with a soft smile that let me know it was but a harmless jest. She stepped closer to me. I was surprised by how matte her eyes were, dry like the eyes of my childhood teddy bear, but still full of a sense of care. I suppose I deserve that. Apologies. Embarrassment had a grip over me, but the usual anger didn't arrive. Randall Hessington. She seemed to really feel my name as she said it. You know, I personally thought your experiment on those monkeys provided valuable insight into the existence of a neural minimum. Although, I think your ultimate misstep wasn't the ethics, but instead the presentation. I hadn't heard this perspective before, but really didn't feel like discussing my expulsion. Really? That's a new take. I always felt like the misstep was when the test monkey tore out its own brain in front of the founder of Burnett Academy. I punctuated this thought with a forced laugh to illustrate I didn't wish to continue discussion about my past. I paused for a moment, realizing I should have made it clear I knew who she was. I scraped every cavern of my memory, but couldn't place a name. Frida Perez, philosopher of self and personal identity. She effortlessly took my intention out of my mind and put it into words. Oh, great. We've almost completed another day cycle. It's okay. I know us philosophers only get in the real scientist's way. It was clear my arrogance had annoyed her, but she seemed to forgive me for it. Huh. I suspect I should head back inside. I could feel myself approaching a comet that would truly make a fool out of me, so I wanted to save us both the trouble. Before we return, I wanted to share a thought experiment with you. Without the invasion of unsolicited perspectives. You're an extremely intelligent man, but I worry your conception of the self is too narrow. I felt a tinge of frustration stir at her words, but I suppressed it. Oh, my curiosity seemed feigned, but beneath the surface was genuine. Have you heard the proposals of artificial intelligence? I winced at her bringing up this topic. It was often mired in unfounded speculation. Thinking machines? I phrased this as a question, but was confident it was what she meant. Yes, conscious machines. I have a strong suspicion you're a materialist in regards to these matters, so I trust we can leave aside discussions of dualism. I smirked in response, not even needing to put my agreement into words. I wonder, did they just did they write this whole story and they were like, okay, we got to make a video game so we can release this story. When viewed as a machine, there's no process within the brain that is, for lack of a better term, protected. All processes could be emulated through a different medium. Her passion in this subject was obvious. So, for a moment, let's envision a computer the size of a small warehouse that emulates the entire functioning of a human brain. A Spanish-speaking human brain. It's not fair that only you get to speak to the computer, I interjected as she prepared her next thought. She smiled softly as I realized I had assumed she could speak Spanish. Off her skin color and name alone, embarrassment ran its fingers down my spine. You could ask this machine anything in Spanish, she continued. You could speak about the weather, what it means to live, write poems together, explain to it thought experiments of your own. Ooh, that one was close. I went real close to going off the shoulder that time. do we agree that there's no reason to not consider this machine conscious? I nodded in agreement. And if this machine took over a day to respond to a message, I could tell she was leading up to something. I don't think consciousness is a matter of speed. I had a feeling she was going to challenge this stance. Not even if it took a year to respond. I simply smiled. Excellent. Now tell me, what if I revealed that we never constructed this machine at all? Instead, inside the room, there were two English-speaking men. Hold on, let's get back on the road a little bit so we can continue our story. It's kind of a vibe. These men had a complete blueprint and guide to every process of the thinking machine. They would take your input and process it through every step of this machine that was never even constructed. Thank you all for hanging out. I appreciate you. You would get the same response. They followed the same process. Is the machine still conscious? I hadn't quite grasped her point yet. These men, they don't speak Spanish themselves. I felt there must be some sort of trick here. We've got ads coming up in about 5. I think I'm gonna play through them this time. If anybody's here, and has an objection to that, let me know, because I can only pause this game for so long at once, and there's no way to save your progress. This is the perfect background for your mining adventure. I'm glad. They don't speak a single word of it. They understand nothing about the Spanish input and nothing about the Spanish output. So where is the conscious experience occurring? Where is the ghost in the machine? Her words, like a tide, gently rolled into my ears. And just as those waters started to retreat, with my response in tow, a second wave came crashing into my conscious awareness. I saw a vision of consciousness as an ethereal and emergent thing, indifferent to its material form, concerned only with function. It was as if for a moment the unambiguous ship of Theseus sat before me, a cruel and gorgeous monolith designed to make me feel infinitesimally small in the face of the unknowable. The thinking machine had survived the death of its body. The components, like cells within the brain, didn't need to know what they were computing. When the beautiful visions within my mind calmed and I returned to the material world, knew I was getting close to going off the road. All I could see was her soft smile, confident that she had hit her mark. In that endless moment, I fell in love, not just with her, not just with this idea, but with something at the edges of reality I would rip into existence. For a moment, I had faith. I had faith that we would save William. 3 out of 9. Hey, we're making progress. My mind cleared. I let go of Frida's hand and stepped forward into the surgery theater. For a moment, I turned and caught a glimpse of her eyes through the closing doors behind me. She did not smile. She had no reason to. In this moment, there were only actions, particles, and the void. There was a strange reassurance in her ambivalence. Randall, it's good to see you. How have you been? William was sitting on the surgical table. That he would be operated on in 24 hours' time. The room was massive and so quiet that if you focused, you could hear the blood in your own veins. A far cry from William's subterranean lair. Tired. I've been tired, I responded. Why had he brought me here? Perhaps he knew that this close to the date of operation, I had little work. Perhaps this was a behavior I could not rationalize, some sort of mortal flailing. There's something in particular you wanted to speak to me about? I inquired. William chuckled. Randall, I respect your ceaseless focus, but let's take the scenic route this time. How do you feel? My brow furrowed as I was confident he had already asked me this question. Like I said, He gave me a subtle look that stopped my reiteration in its tracks. I've worked harder than even your generous budgets demand. I've found passion in this work. However, I'll be honest, I'm nervous. All the trial runs and theory work in the world mean nothing if suddenly the words coming out of my mouth were foreign. God says no. William authored the end of my thought with a smile. Behind this scene, 2 figures cleaned the surgical theater. Above, likely trying to take effort not to be noticed. Hope your mouse button survives this game. You'd always get an auto clicker. I could sense that these figures were more of William's mannequins. Can you walk me through the procedure one more time? William asked, a soft sadness in his eyes. The whole procedure, I asked, confident this wasn't what he meant. The parts that matter to you. A manufactured smile cracked across his face. I cleared my throat as my brain organized discordant thoughts into a navigable narrative. Well, initially, the procedure is typical for neoplasm removal from the parietal lobe. The first difference is once the cancerous material is removed, the area will be prepared for the installation of the good bot, Saribot. Hessington cord. William's smugness around my naming the cord after myself made me, for a moment, hope the procedure would fail. Yes, the Hessington cord. The Hessington cord will interface with your adjacent brain matter. All signals meant for the parietal lobe. Thank you, Rain. Will instead be transferred through the Hessington cord. These signals will then be transferred to a nearby room where a group of trained professionals will interpret the signals and respond accordingly. Of course, you'll also need to begin steadily and consistently taking immunosuppressants. Brain by committee. So will these people be thinking for me? William asked, seemingly without concern. We don't think so. From our understanding, they won't be thinking for you any more than your current neurons think for you. I suspect this cord will confine me to a single room. William asks the inevitable question. Uh-oh, where am I? Okay, that brief moment where it gets totally dark is really scary. Honestly, I feel compelled to keep going because there's no saving in this game or anything, and we've come so far, and I don't know if I'll ever pick it up again, so I feel compelled to continue. Unfortunately, yes. After the procedure, you will not be able to be safely disconnected from the cord. Miracle work, huh? It was clear William was not processing the full implications of the procedure. Being held hostage by heat stroke. He fumbled his hand into his coat pocket, grasping for something. Randall, come here. I have something for you before you depart. I stepped closer, curious what manner of knick-knack he would offer me. Smack. William's hand emerged from his pocket with incredible force, striking my face harder than I thought a man could muster. Words echoed around my head, but all I could do was turn and look at him in disbelief. He had a wide, toothy grin. If I survive the procedure tomorrow, I will offer you my extended and complete apology for that outburst. If I don't survive, his smile stretched a little bit further beyond what I thought possible to communicate his point. It's a hell of a way to treat a dude who invented you a neuron extension cord, right? I turned, beginning to leave, as it was clear this conversation had served its purpose. As I stepped across the floor, I fought the urge to massage my sore face. You're a miracle worker, Randall. My own personal savior. There was a silent and hateful laugh in the quiet that followed. As I pushed open the doors to exit the surgery theater, I was surprised to see that Frida had not waited for me. 4 out of 9, let's go. Aw, it was a love slap. Oh, gotta stretch my wrists. This is a lot of typing. I tried to clear my head of the images of human mortality I had seen from the surgical theater as I walked down the hall to the parietal room. The surgical procedure had been a success. However, I was gravid with the sense of some terrible wrongdoing. This was my moment that arrived at the test of the work that had consumed my life since first meeting William. I turned the corner to enter the room of 50 individuals that would replace the processing of William's removed brain matter in a matter of moments. There was a tension in the air, an unease and understanding that what we were about to witness would either be a miracle or an affront to God himself. I walked over to the observation window. William was seated in a heavily cushioned, sterilized blue chair and swarmed by many of my colleagues, taking last-minute readings from his barely conscious body. Yeah, front to God, yay. For the purposes of monitoring, he was almost entirely naked, surrounded by faces I could not make out beneath their medical masks. His head slung back with the Hessington cord reaching into his cranium like some kind of terrible and gargantuan leech. He was sweating profusely, causing the yellow antiseptic chlorhexidine to run like he was leaking alien blood. He had paid every person in this room a fortune to put him through more suffering than the human body should endure. After peeling William's eyes open and inspecting them with a small flashlight, Kyles gave me a thumbs up to Erickson, who stood next to me, and in response, lowered the lights in the room. William was about to wake up, and unimaginable dizziness climbed up from some deep, deep, unseen organ within my body. That's entire function. Hold on. Must have been purely to contain this sensation. It weaved its way through every individual... What's going on? Oh, it's... It sure is daytime again. Vertebra of my spine, crushing nerves and then tangibly forcing its way into the cavity of my skull, like the fingers of a pervert. There, this demon massaged its way through my blood-brain barrier, smitten with its ability to violate my every defense. Let's get ourselves a little breathing room. This thing, the nakedness of reality, wrapped itself around my soul and whispered without words, "You are not enough." Hyperventilation, panic, tightness in my throat. No logical mechanism could control this complete biological failure of my body. It felt as if my hands were shaking so badly I couldn't grip the wheel as I drove faster than the car was ever intended. I could feel it coming. There was no reason to fight it. Tears of fear and pride streamed down my face. If I looked up, I was certain I would see the sword of Damocles dangling above my head. Finally, he was awake, groggy from the sedative. There was a hum next to me as the Hessington cord switched on. Passively, the men and women in the room seated at specialized computers began their first computations. You could hear William coming to life as fingers simulating synapses began pressing keys all around us. This room would never be silent again. William was too exhausted to even smile. It was unclear if he knew where he was. Watching the overseer speak to him was strange. The room was completely soundproof, such that the overseer's mouth moved in silence. I felt as if I could hear the words in my head in my own voice. I had overseen so many iterations of this script that in some ways, it almost felt like it was me speaking them. Heading to bed. Have a good one, cemetery chick. What is your name? William only stared back like an infant, using their eyes for the first time. We are. You could feel every individual nerve in William's body struggle to make peace with the new metal inside. It was subtle, but you could tell this response caused a level of discomfort in the overseer. They cleared their throat and then asked, "Where are we inside?" "Hospital. We are in a hospital." William's response was a partial victory. He was likely recalling memories from before the anesthesia. With this middling success, the overseer asked again, "What is your name?" William. A bead of yellow-red sweat ran from William's nose and dripped onto his lap. William began reaching a hand up towards the cord. Quickly, two of the mannequins descended from the dark to prevent this. I was not aware of the mannequin's presence and turned to make eye contact with an equally bewildered Erickson. It was disturbing how quickly William calmed in the presence of the mannequins. It was unclear if the overseer was aware of them. Please point to the red cube. The overseer placed 3 cubes, each a primary color, in front of William. Hey, Darkin, back with the beers. Welcome back. We are playing a game where we write a whole novel while driving. As William stared into the middle space, the sound of key presses grew to a crescendo around us. Finally, William's hand moved and pointed lazily at the red cube before him. He was breathing so heavily, his skin became so flush with blood that an alien might assume he was attempting to match his skin tone to the color of the cube. I look crystal clear on your laptop. Very nice. As the overseer's mouth silently moved, there was an impossible tension. The final question was the question. A simple mathematical challenge that would directly stimulate the parietal lobe. Off to bed. Have fun with your creepy novel. Thank you, V. Have a good night. Get some good rest. Thanks for hanging out. I don't blame anybody for bailing at this point. I'm kind of in it, so I'm going to see if we can get through it. I couldn't remember the specifics of the question. All I could hear was William thinking. Fingers moved at Olympic speeds all around, each computing simple problems. Human error was impossible to avoid. How's the story going in the car? It's a pretty interesting story, and some weird stuff is happening outside the car. My brain seethed, trying to understand what each misinput would mean. You're enjoying it, even if not completely paying attention. It's cozy. Maybe I should do some reading content on YouTube. Seems like I'm enjoying it. Yeah. Alright, when it's dark like this, I just focus on keeping the center lane until it gets bright again. Please get bright again. Release an Audible or something on the Calm app, reading Fallout lore to help us relax and get to sleep. Is that what you want, Fallout lore? What is a thought when the neurons fail to cooperate? Is this miscarriage of a thought even a logical concept I should concern myself with? Lips were moving in slow motion to be answered by a tidal wave of human computation and inefficiency that spat in the face of not only economics, but entropy itself. Tag, howdy do, how you doing? Your heart stopped for a second, you thought that was it? Yeah. Anything I'm knowledgeable about would be good, you sure? I have done some Fallout videos if you go way back on my YouTube. You gotta go way back for it, but I have done some Fallout videos. What is 5 minus 7? -2. William responded with the ease of a miracle. Back in the Longbeard days, yes, the Longbeard days. Doing well, spent 7 hours working on a paper today, and now you're unwinding. Yes, I sat in on some of your, I don't know what you would call that, co-working stream. Glad you're relaxing now. And suddenly, I was a ghost of euphoria. If Oppenheimer had become death, I had become life. Like a supernova, my every failure had produced elements that one could not think possible. Elements that could create something as miraculous as life. Let's go, William. People settle for Nobel Prizes when they realize they will never feel what I feel now. I had done it. Tears streamed down my face as my legs began to fail me. I had forgotten to breathe. Perhaps I had forgotten that I was mortal in any regard. For real, funny enough, I hopped in the stream today because you came to mind in a previous conversation. You came up on my mental list of people that make reading into people I don't know worth it. Oh, I appreciate that, Tag. Yeah, it's certainly scary, but I definitely love when you meet a solid, you meet somebody solid and you vibe with them and you make a connection. I love that. Is this my actual keyboard typing or is there a sound effect on the game? No, that's in the game. Sometimes meet people I don't vibe with, but also sometimes run into people dope like you and a bunch of other people I've met. I appreciate that, Tag. I'm glad to have met you. It's always good hanging out in either stream, yours or mine. I'm glad to have you a part of the community. I had done it. I had done it. 5 out of 9, we are more than halfway there. We are more than halfway through this novel. It was less than a week before William requested my presence once more. He had grown restless, understandable, considering his entire existence was now confined to a single room. You win if you complete it before the sun comes up. I passed many new faces as I navigated the labyrinth halls towards William. Specifically, I traveled by an uncharacteristically upset Erickson, who shot me a glare as he passed. They had to increase the staff of the parietal room several times over upon discovering that even William's dreams needed to be computed. Meanwhile, sun going down soon here. Really? The sun was still up until like 8:45 p.m. here. Finally, I entered the room where William resided. I was shocked to see how much it had changed since my last visit. Like his previous residence, it had become subterranean. Alcohol delivery inbound, very nice. Hope you enjoy. I was confident more mannequins were hiding in this dark. William was seated behind his hardwood desk. It seemed it had been subtly damaged during its transport. Oh, I suppose I forget you all are entering your winter, right? So yeah, that would explain it. In my presence, famed bioengineer Randall Hessington. I couldn't muster a response beyond producing an awkward smile. Heh, it is. This was not enough to say alone, so I added, in the flesh. William's smile dulled slightly as this comment seemed to pry at a discomfort with his newfound implant. To think some people have winter at Christmas, that's just weird. How do you feel, Randall? He seemed to always insist on asking me this question. It must feel good to have done the impossible. I paused for some time before responding. Something was off. Yeah, I suppose it does. I remained expressionless as I spoke. Look at all the eyes in the sky now, and it's daytime. It is suddenly daytime again. Hard to believe that even having soared higher than all others, there are greater peaks to reach, greater achievements that await. I detected anger in William's voice. I could feel that something was coming. Why is it getting dark again all of a sudden? And then bright again all of a sudden. Greater achievements, I inquired. Randall, you're a smart man. You already know the cancer will spread. Especially considering the stress my anatomy is under. Flesh is a time bomb of senescence after sexual maturation. Were you really under the impression we would just shake hands, jerk off your ego a bit, and go separate ways? That you would just walk away, collect awards, and abandon me to die? A menagerie of emotions battled like feral dogs inside of me to decide how to feel. Finally, a victor emerged from this internal blood sport, bruised and broken. Anger. I was enraged. This is how you do it. Keep a corner of your eye on the road and just read. William, you fucking... Been driving for days and is still in the same state. Yep. William cut me off with the measured violence of a butcher. Don't worry. I'll make sure there's more little toys you'll get to name and... No, you don't fucking cut me off this time. You think you can just own people, that you can throw money at every problem, that you can just... William's smug smile felt like a butter knife being pushed into my brain. Mom and Dad are fighting. Words were failing me. The limbic system was not prepared to fight this battle. Quietly, the ancient reptilian brain stepped forth. I screamed. I let out a guttural roar as tears flooded to my eyes, and a thick fluid released itself into my sinuses. My heart pumped harder than if I was running a marathon. Suddenly, all of the pain of all of my work, of all of my life, hidden by the illusion of humanity, was naked to me. And what the hell have I been listening to? We have to type a novel while we drive, and we can't run the car off the road or our brain gets eaten by the worms, the big psychic worm. And there's no saving, and there's no checkpoints, and if you pause, it counts down a timer from 15 minutes. And hello, Maiko, welcome back. And I'm now wrapped up in it, and I want to finish this novel because I will probably never play this again. You think you fucking own me? It's a good thing I'm a fast typist. Randall, I scraped your pathetic center of narrative gravity you call a self off the pavement and gave you not a second, not a third, but a final father-fucking chance you did not deserve. You were meant to solve the problem of replacement. Well, you have. You're my fucking immune system, and God fucking knows that immune systems can be fickle. Individual ligaments and tendons twitched within my body. Soldiers without order. My lower lip hung open slightly. Was I even thinking? I'm smart. I'm better than this. You think I don't know, Randall? You don't know anything. I spat the words like broken teeth from a boxer. William performed a small gesture, and a mannequin emerged from the dark. What a game, right? The mannequin produced a strange metal device, and my twitching eyes focused. Recognition turned to pain. It was a snub-nosed revolver with a grip of warm red plastic imitating wood. I had purchased this revolver before meeting William. I had never seen it so clearly before, only ever dancing in my vision on the other end of a bottle. This revolver was intended to be punctuation, to end the run-on sentence that was my life. Students will read your name and want to be like you. You'll be worshipped, washed of every failure. William spoke like he was scolding a child. You'll be one of the greats. You can't want anything more. I've given you a home, power, money, freedom, and more importantly than anything else, purpose. He paused. All you need to do is what you've always done, the impossible. Words arrived that I never thought. I'll leave. I'll run. I'll kill you. I'll kill. Fuck. I felt it. I had lost. Okay, so we want to stay slightly to the left of the center line so that when the lights go totally out, we should be able to coast and not hit the shoulder. This part is scary. Okay, and then the lights come on. Okay, and then we're good. Excuse me, sir, your car needs an alignment. Yeah. Forgot to bring your water bottle from the bedroom this morning, consequently didn't drink any water all day long. Just realized how thirsty you are. Yeah. No matter where you run, I'll find you. I pump the blood of this world. If there's an engine burning gas, I'm there. It's cute that you think you could kill me, but Randall, I could fuck you like a pig. And everyone in this building would look on, knowing that they'll get a bonus tonight. Yeah, that came out of left field. Oh, we almost hit the shoulder again. Go home, cry, scream, drown in another bottle, fuck Frida, and tell her about how it's all not fair and your life was supposed to be more than just the pinnacle of genius. And then when you wake up, dry your tears, wipe your ass, put on your big boy pants, and get back to work. There were no more thoughts. Nervous pathways within my brain were being destroyed with such speed that I could not truly be present. A new person was being formed as the old one couldn't survive. My body was shepherded out of the room by the mannequins, my mind gone and distant. I looked vacantly at the windows of the room and thought of the men and women that helped him compute the tidal wave of wrath he rained down upon me. Once again, William ushered me out with the final word. Randall, I'm sorry about hitting you before. That was wrong. I should treat myself kinder than that. 6 out of 9. All right, we're making progress. That night, I made my way home. My body was moving, but I simply was not there. Perhaps this was how a marionette felt. Its body and mind adrift, only tethered by physical reality. Where was I right now? I could feel the cool tile against my naked body as the hum of the fan circling above carried me... Hold on, let me check. Still in the center. The clicky sounds are really good. People seem to enjoy that. Carried me in and out of lucidity. As my eyes caught the fan, it seemed to slow for a moment. I played with this illusion of control, looking away and looking back, as if some psychic power would reveal itself. The fan seemed to melt into an abstract shape as I realized my eyes had filled with tears. Was this event an exception to the rule of my life? Thank you, Commercial. Was this what it had always been? Simply playing with the illusion of control? I felt every sensation within my body. I felt my lungs draw air at the gentle request of my diaphragm. I felt my heart tirelessly pump, unappreciated in its perfection. I felt my liver process poisons I had accumulated throughout the day, throughout my life. I felt my brain mourn its grand creation. Its Tower of Babel collapsed. Ego rained down upon me, searing my skin like hot ash. I felt bad for my organs, my muscles, my bones. They worked so tirelessly, and I thought of them as less than human. Perhaps I had come to believe that only my brain was human. I was overthinking again. Oh yeah, the eyes have been a fixture of the nights for a while. The door to the bathroom opened, but my eyes only cared about the fan. At the edges of my vision, I could see her, Frida, standing over me. There was an urge to look that never made its way to my eyes. She must have been angry, disappointed that I was so pathetic. Perhaps she didn't even care, and was another pawn controlled by William. Perhaps our entire relationship was orchestrated. She laid down on the floor next to me, my ears straining themselves in preparation for her first words, be them comfort or wrath. She took my hand and laid with me, staring at the fan. I hated that I was happy. I was bought and sold, and I loved my new owner. Why was this how I found happiness? Why was this how I found love? I'm so sorry. I'm so... I cried like an infant in the crib. I know. Frida's words were like a surgeon without anesthetic. So much pain, but necessary. In some ways, I never stopped crying. What's going on outside? New colors in the sky. In some ways, I never left that bathroom floor. 7 of 9. Okay, we are approaching the end. Burnett Academy would like to congratulate Randall Michael Hessington with the Burnett Academy Award for his breakthrough work in the field of bioengineering. The audience roared with the kind of formal applause you know is poisoned with envy. Why is it going dark again? You the only one that noticed the side mirrors? No. Are they accurate to help keep you on the road? They are not accurate enough to help keep you on the road, no. They can help you see when things have changed. So many faces. They all looked so small from up here on the stage. My suit was slightly too tight, or maybe I just wasn't breathing. I had imagined this scene so many times in dreams, awake and asleep. I had been here before, but this time felt so much less real than the rest. Someone was speaking to me, but I wasn't there. I could see him. I could see Randall in the crowd. Why was he... How could he be? I was supposed to be on stage. Behind him sat another Randall. He wasn't smiling. Why wasn't he smiling? He had worked so hard for this. He had proven them all wrong. He should be happy. He couldn't do this to me. He needed to be happy. I stepped towards the edge of the stage, the red of the curtains of the hall beating like arteries to the pulse of my own heart. There were so many of him. Someone stopped me. I turned, and it was Frida. There was a rare look of concern in her eyes. Was I dreaming? Was this all in my head again? You're not dreaming, Randall. You need to come back and accept the award. Her lips moved faster than the words arrived in my brain. Had I said that out loud, I had lost track of where my thinking was happening. I was walked by Frida back over to the award I had worked so hard for. I shook their hand. I looked them in the eyes. I turned and I waved and bowed to all the smiling faces. Anyone know around what time we started playing this game? It's been at least an hour and a half because we played for some time and then an ad break happened, and now in 10 minutes there's another ad break. So it's been at least an hour and a half. 150 and it's 3:20. So yeah, an hour and a half. No, hour 50? No, we haven't been doing this for 3 hours. Like how your Twitch browser crashed so hard. Apparently it could be up to 4 hours long. One Steam review said their wrists were hurting getting half that time. Just wanted to let you know. Oh yeah, I'm a fast typer, so I think it won't be quite 4 hours for me, but we'll see. Just spent the past 15 minutes trying to get specifically my channel to load while other channels worked fine. Well, that makes no sense. I did it all right. But I was already gone, a ghost attending his own funeral. 8 out of 9. Okay, so we just finished 8 out of 9. Pin was sent 1 hour, 50 minutes ago. Okay. Yeah, so 2 hours roughly. We just finished 8 out of 9, which means we should be on 9 out of 9. Minutes rolled into hours, into days, into months, into years, into the only life I would ever get to live. I installed more cords into William's head. He slowly became my creation as I became his. My work was closely monitored, likely out of fear of mutiny, as if I had become the real cancer to be concerned with. Committed to see what happens at the end of this, I know. And then we do the DLC. Rooms filled with employees, enslaved by a man they had become an organ to, were paid ludicrous salaries to throw everything that matters in life away. I was like them, and I had done this to them. Imagine if this was like 9 out of 9, part 2 out of 9 begins. I had seen him mortal so many times, but still he lingered over me like a malign god. Finally, I broke the deafening silence. I can't live like this. I spoke to Frida, almost praying she wouldn't respond. She sat facing away from me at the foot of our bed. You have to. We have everything we could ever want. The agony these words inflicted was unimaginable. No, I don't want this. Yes, you do. You've worked so hard for this. Every organ within me screamed in their own terrible ways, and her reassurance failed to restrain me. No, I want to be in control of my life. I want control. Frida turned to match my gaze, tears rolling down her face. I had never seen her cry like this before. Her face was stoic, hiding any true emotion. You want control? There were no words. Another silence emerged. Frida, if things were different, if we had never met William, would we still... My every fear response lit up in a catastrophic failure. I was convinced. Alright, remember, stay to the left of the center line. That should protect us from too much drift when the lights go out. That one was cutting it close. Could have just taken an Uber or a flight, yeah. No, I understood that the results of this line of inquiry would kill me. Do you all consider this a horror game? Is this a horror game to you? Yes or no? Frida stared me in the face as her every muscle twitched to maintain composure. I had never heard a noise as deafening as the scream within her eyes. I had fallen in love with a puppet. I had fallen in love with the string William pulled to control me. What had I done to this woman? What had I done to everyone turned into nothing but an organ of William? At least a thriller, not horror. It's mainly suspense or thriller. Okay. The silence that followed would never really end, and I knew it would grow louder until it destroyed me. Total and utter oblivion was just beyond the tips of my fingers. 9 out of 9. Okay, so this is 9 out of 9. Okay. So now we enter the last one. Oh boy. I sat alone in the hazy gray dark of the room that in the coming months would be occupied by replacements for William's occipital lobe. This building had become an absurdity. Some of the rooms now spoke to other rooms. It felt as if William's soul was clawing for his body. This room was one of the few blind spots within the beast, the security cameras still in the process of being installed. This was the twilight of my opportunity. Ad break in 3 minutes and I will not be stopping. I need to finish this. My apologies if anybody is going to be caught up in the ads, but I am not stopping this time. Cautious that no one would intrude, I reached into the dark crevice at the back of the room where pipes were in the process of being removed. Over the previous months, I had smuggled, piece by piece, the elements I needed for my weapon to kill God, and slowly, tediously assembled them. An abomination of plastic, metal, and, in part, wood. A pistol coalesced rather than crafted. Today, I had brought the final and riskiest piece of the puzzle, 2 9mm bullets. Felt oddly intimate to hold them in my hands. In a way, it felt, hold on, like how I imagined it would feel for a Greek god of tragedy to hold their own child. a mix of pride and terror. 2 offspring, one to kill God and one to kill reality itself. I had forgotten to breathe, and the world had drifted away. It's actually very well written. With a deeper breath than I thought I could muster, I reeled myself back into existence. My hands shaking, I loaded the bullets into the chamber and plunged the device into my jacket pocket. William was about to be awoken once more for the next installation, and so I forced my legs to carry me down the hall. Reality was a warping and twisting thing. I could feel the bubbling froth of the cosmos deciding the future. I passed the window of one of William's slave rooms, faces pressed down into their work, near mindlessly performing computations that could be accomplished by a cluster of cells. As my vision relaxed, I noticed my reflection in the glass. I had become a parody of myself, sickly thin and hunched over, burdened by the weight of intangible chains. There was a strange stinge of ego, drunk sadness at the knowledge that this in some ways would become my permanent state. I entered the observation room and sat in my provided seat, the proof that I had become a fixture of this place. William looked like a sort of perverse octopus on the other side of the glass. Hessington cords reaching into his brain. Like the limbs of some beast. Commercial, I will not hydrate. Destined for unknown fathoms below. 30% of his brain had been removed to be computed by poor souls. Oh, wait. Game pause. See, when you pause the game, it counts down a timer from 15 minutes. Don't speak, drink. Thank you for taking care of me. As William was aroused to consciousness, he turned and looked me in the eyes. I was confident he could not see me in this lighting, but the effect was eerie nonetheless. I gripped the firearm in my pocket in unseen posturing. Nervously, my eyes strained through the dark behind William to make out the positions of the mannequins. There were always 2 of them, ever present. I was sweating so heavily that it would be more logical to assume I had showered clothed. Isles said something to me, but I didn't absorb a single word. I stood up. My moment had arrived. I marched myself in a swirling delirium toward the access to William's room. Finally, I removed the handgun from my pocket. Its weight spoke to me, offering a terrible comfort. My mind wasn't present, even as I demanded it to be. I needed to be present. This would be my finale. I heaved open the door and threw myself into the room with William. Ego told me to speak, but had failed me so many times before. I stared in silence. The overseer turned in terror, scurrying backward away from me, knocking their chair onto the floor. William looked me in the face and, for once in his life, did not smile. Randall, what are you doing? Is that... Oh, you've made yourself another toy. Is this one named after you too? I really do enjoy the keyboard sounds. I knew William well enough to know two things. The smile that slowly crept up his face was forced, and that he was stalling for time. Distantly, I could hear alarm bells blaring. However, the computation staff were forbidden from leaving, even in a state of emergency. I won't antagonize you further, but I'll make it clear that if you take the opportunity to back down, I'll ensure that. I raised the firearm and took a step closer to William. My eyes darted, still ensuring that the mannequins were behind him. I could only make out one of their shapes at first, but could spot the other slowly moving around him. Likely trying to determine how to handle the situation. William began to open his mouth as I squeezed the trigger. Another moment of my technical ability being put to the test. Bang. To my absolute shock, I was wrestled by a third mannequin. They had thrown themselves in front of me and been shot just below their left lung in the chaos. They made inhuman noises on the floor as deep red blood was ushered from their wounds. The opening into their body seemed to move gently like a new mouth. There were no second chances. My mind raced with an onslaught of possibilities. But simply God said no. The room rung like a bell with the sound of the gunshot. I felt a trickle of fluid pour from my ear. I looked William in the eyes and continued with the plan. Put the barrel of the gun in my mouth against its roof and saw deeper in William's eyes than I suspected anyone had ever seen before. Endless seas of darkness surrounding a terrified little boy, so scared of returning to the unknown. Perhaps I should have been afraid too. As my finger squeezed down on the trigger, I had the most peculiar thought. It was utterly silly, but I didn't like the taste. I never heard the sound of the gun going off. It was the ultimate absurdity. Confusion and chaos as impossible color raced through my head as I started the journey to becoming nothing at all. I hit the floor like what I always was, a complex physiological machine of meat. Wow, this sounds dark. Yeah, Boogie. It kinda is. I could hear the most beautiful humming. my ears violently stimulated from vibrations, this time coming from inside my skull, ringing like a bell. My eyes stared forward, unable to move. To my shock, William rushed from his seat, his face red with pain and tears pouring from his eyes like wine at a banquet. Like a child discovering their own mortality, he wept over me, screaming words I would never hear. He cradled my corpse as I looked on, holding me the way a mother holds the child. I felt a warm and smooth fluid run over my head from his fingers. As my thoughts grew more distant, I realized he was desperately trying to scoop the matter freed from my skull back into my head. Yeah, content warning, I guess. Sorry if that crept up on anybody. He had stretched the Hessington cords to their limit, trying to reach me, and blood trickled down from each site as he pulled me closer. I lay there in his arms, eternally waiting for my life to flash before my eyes. There was no flash. There was no celebration. There were simply the things I had done and the things I never would. 10 out of 9. 50 years later. Okay, this better be epilogue. Alright, I gotta stay to the left of center. So now the light goes out. We're gonna drift slowly to the right. Am I about to end? I have no way of knowing, Geralt. I could be about to end, or I could be in for a little while longer, depending on how this goes. "50 years later. I suppose this was how I, Joseph Meyer, died. What a strange way to spend the night of the turn of the millennium. I had a terrible nervousness as I sat in the surgical bay. I truly thought I had overcome any misgivings I may have had about my situation, but it seemed I was still burdened by fear. I had been employed by the most powerful entity in the world. My family and future generations would be treated to the height of decadence and care. Mr. Christensen, the man who had defied death itself and employed thousands to operate his now inhuman mind, had selected me from thousands of individuals to serve as his personal counselor. However, I was not to be a counselor myself. He intended for me to play a role. I was to assume a new identity that I had studied to an exhaustive degree. Randall Michael Hessington, eminent bioengineer. I had learned every detail of his life to the point where I already caught myself dissociating from my previous life. in a matter of moments, I would no longer be Joseph. Oh, welcome, Raiders. Psycho, what's up? Oh, so many people. Okay, as you can see, this game only lets me pause 15 minutes the whole time I play it, so I'm gonna do this fast. Psycho, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Hi, King. Hi, Rat Queen. How you doing, Biko? Good to see ya. Welcome in, so many people. Let's see. We got Hidden in the Balance, Jan Chess, Yat in the Hat. Hey, Yat. Optic, Berry Burrito, Jova. What's good, Jova? The Spark Tank, Floofers the Fox, Jake and the Batman, Concept. Welcome in, everybody. Good, you finally played Plague Tale. Very nice. Y'all, if you don't know Psycho, please check out Psycho. Psycho is amazing, a great artist, a great friend, a mod of the channel, loves various games, horror and RPG, big Resident Evil fan, big Silent Hill fan. Somebody I highly recommend, one of my favorite places to hang out on the internet. Raiders, if you don't know me, I'm Ad Noctum. I'm a variety streamer. I play a variety of games focused on single-player story-based experiences. So I like action, horror, RPG, some Souls-like, some shooters, a little bit of everything that's got a story to it, and yeah, mostly the single-player stuff. Today we're doing a variety of indie games, and I'm playing one that, how do I explain this? You have to drive a car while supernatural things are happening, and you have to type a whole novel while driving the car, and you can't go off the road. There are no checkpoints. You don't save. I have been playing for 2.5 hours, and I don't know when the novel is going to end. This timer right here, this is all the time I get to pause in my entire playthrough. We are on chapter 10 of 9. I don't even know what that means. I hope it's the epilogue. I need to be done with this. Is it fun? I recommend it, but it's a lot. It was $1.99, and people like the keyboard ASMR sounds and my voice reading. So, Biko, welcome in. Raiders, welcome in. Thank you for checking out a new channel. Thank you for coming over with the Biko raid. I am going to get back to this while I have time on the clock. Biko, you know the drill. You are always welcome here. Always welcome to hang out. Always appreciated. But you're not obligated. I know it's late for you because it's hella late for me. So if you got to get off Twitch or whatever, no worries whatsoever. Do what you got to do. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. Okay. Mire ever again and instead be a living monument to a corpse for a man that was on track to slowly becoming a god. Gonna stick around a bit, but gotta take your rat make off first, so be back. Yeah, no worries. Because you gotta stay in mod and stay off the Instagram for once. I wondered how it felt for my mother to look down from heaven and watch her baby boy turn into someone else's. The surgeons entered the room dressed in all black clothes, fitting for the strange ritual that this all proved to be. Everything from the eerie, low lighting to the unorthodox dress code made this feel like it was some sort of sacrifice rather than a medical procedure. Biko has to stay to mod her chat, which is usually misbehaving. Hey, if you don't know, I'm a mod over there in Biko, so act up over here, and I'm not making any threats, I'm just tying the correlation together in your mind, and you do with that information what you do with it. As the anesthesiologist wordlessly put me off to sleep, I felt a strange sadness at the fact I would never see my own face again. 11 out of 9. Healing was an extreme process, as I had not understood they would inflict me with surgical scars that the original Hessington possessed. I was also surprised by the fact they had chosen to shave and shape the cartilage inside my throat to be better match the voice of the original Hessington. So what's going on? You're driving and reading? Yes, I'm typing. Those keyboard sounds are actually me typing on the keyboard. Yeah. And if I drive off the shoulder, my mind gets destroyed and I restart the entire novel. The device they had used to artificially age my skin took an unimaginable toll on my body, leading to nights of vomiting and shivers. Finally, after weeks of bruised bones and dissolving stitches emerging from flesh, I was healed enough to meet Mr. Christensen. Think the keyboard sound comes from the game? Yes, but it's a sound that plays when I type a key. The campus outside Mr. Christensen's monumental tower sprawled like a city. All staff within the tower lived in this little world of necessity. At least your words per minute gonna boost. I'm already over 100. I think I've hit my skill cap on typing. They all seemed happy, but I detected a strange sadness in their eyes that I dismissed as projection. Once inside, I was led through a labyrinth of hallways. Laborers were divided into two eerie classes. In all white, with blinders built into their masks like racehorses, were the neurons. Forbidden from speaking to one another and working in silent stalls completely secluded from any contact. Hey, look, it's day. This was the employment of almost all of those who lived outside, their only sense of individuality being the fluctuation of body shape between them. There were thousands of them, each operating in room upon room, emulating a different function of Mr. Christensen's brain. Then there were the mothers, who escorted me dressed in all black and were perpetually wordless. As a child, I had heard speculation that they weren't even human. I had even heard religious folks who were commonly critical of Mr. Christensen's bid at immortality speculate that they were demons brought to punish him for his hubris. In person, they were more alien than I even imagined, the most upsetting detail being that their chests did not rise when they breathed, and their black leather skin had no openings for a wearer to enter or exit. When speaking, they would produce a device that spoke on their behalf. Can somebody do me a favor? Somebody who's got a minute. It actually doesn't take that long. Can somebody Google how many chapters this game has and tell me if we're, like, maybe don't tell me the exact number unless I ask, but, you know, tell me if it's, like, am I gonna be here for 6 more hours, or can I feasibly do this tonight? We were nearing Mr. Christensen's residence, where the remainder of his brain was housed. It was strange to realize so late, but I was unsure what exactly I would be meeting. The doors cracked open as the mothers stepped back. A hazy mist drifted from the opening. Inside was a cavern that could have been plucked from some forgotten mountain. It was surreal, a cave of dripping limestone and spiraled lichens, even with the gentle sound of water. All at the center of the most technologically advanced building on the face of the earth. A lot. I looked to the mothers for approval, but found nothing in their faceless stares. What chapter is this? 11. After a moment's hesitation, I stepped into the mouth of the beast. The door sealed behind me, and for a moment, I believed I was alone in the total darkness. I'm not beating it tonight. Geralt, how many chapters does it say it has? Couldn't find an answer. 19? Do I commit to the bit? Terrified, I stepped and crawled over the stone floor of the cave. There were simple lights that resembled glowworms on the ceiling. As I made my way through the dark, I forgot that just beyond these walls was a world of featureless rooms of thousands slaving away. This car in the ditch and let's get a beer. Then I heard it, an inhuman weeping. Words cannot describe the fear that gripped my every cell. Finally, as my eyes adjusted, I could see I stood before a great pool of water. On the other side of the pond was a thing, a leviathan of the depths. Long worms reached down from the cavern's ceiling to meet at a strange, limp, pale thing. Are they called chapters? No, it just says, like, blank out of 9. That laid slightly to the left of the gathering worms. It moved slightly in its bawling, revealing a definitively human hand that delicately caressed the cool waters of the pond. Was this thing Mr. Christensen? There were no words to describe the abject horror I felt. I thought for a moment that this is what it must be like to meet the devil himself. Can't find it. I wonder if the Steam page has anything on it, like any guides or anything like that. Or maybe someone's got a Let's Play where... I don't know. I'm grasping at straws now. Geralt came up with an answer. I wonder where that answer came from. I'm so sorry. Voice echoed from every crevice of the cave like I was standing in the throat of a colossus. Geralt's mind. I'm so sorry. The crying grew so loud I was forced to clutch my head. It grew to the point that the water of the pond shook and the glowworms above grew dim. Sunk cost fallacy. When I hit 1 hour in, I didn't want to let it beat me. After 2 hours, I was actually feeling okay and had turned on some of my own favorite music, not the horrifying stuff the game offers. 3 hours, I wanted to see the end. At 4, the game ended. It does end. There is a maximum length to the story. It isn't endlessly generating more. Okay. How long to beat says 3 hours. Okay. Found one review on Steam that says it says 9 chapters, but then it keeps going for another 5. Okay. I believe I can see this through. Google says 4 hours to beat. My copium is, I'm a faster typer than most people. I think I can beat it faster than 4 hours. Maybe not faster than 3. We believe. Thank you all for being here with me. Great game for a very specific kind of person, not for me. Yeah, I want to prove my dominion over it at this point. The marrow within my bones trembled from the tsunami of misery. Finally, as consciousness started to fail me, I screamed. It's okay, I forgive you. Silence offered me release like ointment to a burn. A truly tedious and mind-numbing experience. This should have been one of my incentives for TwitchCon fundraising. Mr. Christensen, I forgive you. I pleaded, fearing for my life. No, no, no. The creature whimpered. Why do you call me that? Am I not still William to you? Where does the name Ad Noctem Media come from? Ad Noctem meaning into night, basically. It was after I got diagnosed with narcolepsy and other sleep disorders, and I was sleeping entire days away and not seeing the sun for weeks at a time, and I felt like I was trapped in night, and I felt like I was losing control. So then I started a gaming YouTube, and I named it that, and the media was in case I wanted to get into other things besides gaming, like writing and things like that. 94% very positive. I mean, this story is very interesting. William, I forgive you. I tried my hardest to turn my fear into genuine concern. It's a great name, thank you. Randall, I'm so sorry. So sorry I treated you so poorly. I've never regretted anything more. You were a friend to me, and I regret insulting you. It was eerie how Mr. Christensen's voice came from everywhere and nowhere. You can name anything you like after yourself. I won't mock you again. There was a silence before I understood I was prompted to respond. Thank you. Where's the button? I appreciate that. Silence resumed. Wow, a typing game just up my alley. Does the story actually make sense? Is there a discernible plot? Oh, very much so. Yeah, like this little novel is a real story. Now you apologize. There was a quiet anger in the thing's voice. With these words, my heart raced. I forced myself to speak. I'm sorry for failing you, and you never failed me. In an unseen panic, I tried again. When you look up and steer, is that just so you don't crash? If I drive off the shoulder, words start appearing, and then the big psychic worm eats my brain, and the entire story restarts. No checkpoints, no saves. I'm sorry for leaving you for so long. You didn't deserve that. I shouldn't have tried to run away. Yeah, Biko, why do you think I've been here for 3 hours? Have I accidentally done that yet? Yeah, like 15 minutes in the first try, and then I realized the stakes. I was avoiding looking at Mr. Christensen, cobbling thoughts together in desperation. Wait, the 15 minutes of pausing is for the whole game? Yes. Yeah, you only get 15 minutes of pausing the whole game. But I'm back now, and I won't be leaving you again. My eyes detected movement across the water. It appeared to be moving towards me like a reaper of death. I could form no thoughts as I froze in fear. A mechanical arm terminating in Mr. Christensen's back carried him silently across the water's surface. His limbs that must have once been legs gently rippled the black pond as he crossed. You're be grabbing your bagel? Okay, enjoy your bagel. He was less than a corpse. A pale skeleton, poorly wrapped in skin, his anatomy having plunged into geriatric depths hidden behind the wall of natural death. He had no eyes or nose as the cords connecting to his brain had run out of angles and needed to enter through his... Okay, we gotta look up. His face through sheer necessity. Lesser cords, barely visible in the dark, entered his body at awful and unusual angles, quietly pumping fluids in and out. There was no mouth to move, only vestige of a lower jaw. He had been eaten alive by immortality. Finally, he was so close, I could smell his barely human skin. I know it's childish, Randall, but I could use a hug from a friend. It's been so long without you, and every moment of it has been harder than the last. Aided by machinery, his arms outstretched with an unnatural cadence. I swallowed all my terror and spoke. It truly has been too long. I stepped into the creature's embrace and felt metal and paper. Paper-thin skin wrap itself around me. I had no choice but to stare into the terrifying dark chasms between cords that reached deeper into anatomy than mortal wounds. Thank you, Space Monkey, for the 100 bits. I closed my eyes, but the image was still there. Thank you, Commercial, for feeding me with the 100 bits. I found a devil and sold my soul. I wept in those acrid arms that refused the bliss of decay. I had killed myself for this. I had all but married this demon. Without God or divine punishment, I had found a hell of my own making. What's going to happen if I just keep riding and don't look up? Then I drive off the road and it restarts. And we are now several hours in. Sky changed. Yeah, it's back today. It's okay, Randall. You don't need to cry. I forgive you for everything. 12 out of 9. Where'd the road noise go? For years, I spent my days tending to Mr. Christensen's every desire. Endless conversations in total darkness, pissing matches of intellectual debate. scripted arguments to keep him engaged. Just dropped your phone down a flight of stairs? Oh no. Weeks, perhaps months, would go by without the name Joseph Meyer passing into my conscious awareness. My previous life at times felt like a strange dream. I felt myself remembering events from Randall's life that I couldn't possibly. Concepts, thank you for the 500 bits. Thank you for kicking off a hype train. I appreciate you. At times, I grew numb. At times, I tricked myself into believing I cared for him. Rarely, I would be offered a temporary freedom due to the removal of more of his brain. Space Monkey, thank you for 1,000 bits. I am fundraising to go to TwitchCon. You can see the points over there in the top left. At 1,000 points, I am going to do some frustration games. So some stuff like a difficult game about climbing, the Sisyphus game, maybe Jump King. At 1,200 points, I will be doing some readings, some creepypastas, some no sleep. We'll find some good spooky stories to read. So thank you all for the contributions. They are helping me fund my TwitchCon trip. A holy day danced on the horizon of my life. The date the final piece of his brain was to be removed. Many outside speculated this would be the death of the beast, a surgery that would trigger a cascade of failures, ultimately leading to his true death. No more brain to house a soul, just rooms upon rooms. Communicating until entropy of information caught up with them. How many bits to let go of the ball in Sisyphus? I don't know. I guess the further I go, the more expensive it becomes. Having your first experience with PayPal and finding it super frustrating. Oh, that sucks. It was close now. My one chance at freedom. Even during my temporary freedoms, I was limited in where I could visit. My favorite of the locations was the furthest from Mr. Christensen's tower, a quaint graveyard at the side of an interstate highway. A graveyard where Frida Perez, esteemed philosopher of self and personal identity, was buried. This was a place that must have been of incredible importance to the real Randall, even though he had never been there. I would sit on the black park bench in that place and tune into the soft wind, making leaves dance between the graves like a puppet show, unbound by the limits of a stage. I let my thoughts become so distant that returning to my body was shocking, as I remembered I was ever anyone at all. The dancing leaves transformed the world around me, and my eyes began to slowly trace that fan that rolled over me from the bathroom floor. I could see the imperfect yellow lighting of the room, feel the kiss of the cool tile against my skin. I could see Frida standing over me, her beautiful olive skin and matte eyes. Wordlessly, I begged her for forgiveness. And then, as if a bell was rung by God himself, I was slammed back into my body with a force that shattered my every bone. Where had this memory come from? I had never met Frida. My breath escaped me, and in a frenzy, I thrashed about. Alright, it's about to get really dark, which means eyes on the road. If I had hesitated... okay. See, since the car drifts right, what I need to do is I need to stay left of center when the lights totally go out before my headlights kick on. And that should keep me on the road. In my opinion, it's the most dangerous part. Oh, okay. They didn't go totally out this time. Maybe they will in a second. Thank you, everybody, for that hype train. Very much appreciate you. Thank you for all the contributions. Hesitated a moment longer. All my memories of my previous life would have escaped me, and I would truly have become Randall Hessington. How y'all find these weird indie games? I played 2 games earlier that were free. They were called Perfect Vermin and Swallow the Sea. Really great games. Highly recommend. Short, like 15 minutes. Super good and kind of disturbing. And I was looking at the developers page, and they also made this game. Darkin, thank you for the tip. I appreciate you.
But I have wanted to do this for a while now, and I hope it helps.
Thank you very much. Let me do this real quick. Really appreciate you, Darkin. It's not the amount you were trying to donate. Oh, no. See these indie horror games people play, and I'm like, where do you find those? I look on Twitter a lot. I look through the free categories on Steam. I download a bunch of stuff anytime there's a Next Fest demo. That's usually where I find out about it. I clutched my head in terror and cried. Tears for everyone I had lost along the way. I cried tears for Frida, for Joseph, and tears for even a William that smiled at me from the other side of his monolithic desk a lifetime ago. 13 out of 9. Okay, I think 14 out of 9 is the last chapter, so we are getting there. The day had come. The final piece of... This is new. Christensen. The abomination was to be removed. The last artifact that held the slightest possibility of containing a soul. Even though with time I had grown confident listening to the words of philosophers and eminent neurosurgeons. Ooh, we almost went off the road. Not that close, but enough to worry me. Yeah, the song is new. That this event would free me, I still felt fear. I knew little of what the procedure would entail, but I had seen the mothers prepare an ornate casket and arrange for burial. Any oncoming traffic? Not that I've seen so far. I will literally rage quit stream. Next to Castor Christensen, Mr. Christensen's father. I sat in a remote room that processed the functioning of Mr. Christensen's amygdala. Perhaps I thought the irony of sitting amidst Mr. Christensen's fear fear center would bring me some form of protection. I stayed there for far longer than I thought the mothers would allow, and as time rolled on, I grew a hope that this Discord nation was my salvation. Then it happened. As I sat tucked away, dozing off to an uneasy sleep, a mother appeared before me and produced that terrible whispering device. We're driving through the desert, is this dead? No. Mr. Christensen wishes to speak to you. Those words broke me, and I simply obeyed. There was no point. No matter what I did, in the end, I would have obeyed. I entered the mouth of the beast to meet my devil once more. As I stepped over the hills, I pushed through any fear of what I might meet. I was no longer alive, a shell of a man, merely a character in someone else's fiction. Meta. Randall, I have such beautiful news. That wretched voice echoed from every crevice of this cave. I stumped like a wounded dog into that pool of unnatural water, refusing his words. They've done it. They've made me beautiful. They've made me forever. I can see things so clearly now. I no longer need to worry about replacement. I can expand, I can grow. Randall, thank you. Thank you for everything. You truly are the greatest mind this world has ever seen. I stripped my clothes in a haze of existential failure. This is getting really loud. We can focus on you now. We can make sure you can stay with me forever. I laid naked on my back, staring at the cave ceiling above, floating slightly in that pitch black water. We can take you apart, get you out of that body. Finally, you can truly become a part of me. I submerged my head under the water, keeping my eyes still fixed on the ceiling above. His words echoed through speakers within the blackness that strangled my vision. I'm not Randall. My name is Joseph. I spoke in a voice that was never my own. Silence echoed through the cave. Finally, laughter emerged from the ethereal demon. Ha ha, oh yes. Joseph Meyer, built through plastic surgery and unknown magic. You believe that still. It didn't matter what he was saying anymore. I wept into that black abyss. Every drop felt as if it could be my tears. I'm sure you still believe in imagining your mother looking down from heaven, believe in blowing your brains out, and me cradling your dying corpse. You visited that grave so much, maybe you even still believe in Frida. If you bite off your tongue and drown in your own blood, I will heave your corpse back into life. From the edges of existence. We will live forever. We will outlive the stars themselves. You are closer than an organ, Randall. It's a chill little stream, and the title is starting to feel ironic. As I let go beneath the water, I knew this death would never last. I would be plucked back from the void in another time, perhaps in another body. Consciousness failed me. Reality failed me. I had become a beautiful nothing that a cruel God refused to let not exist. William's voice boomed and shrieked into a deafening silence that had become so familiar. In that dark, there I was. A little boy playing with beetles, amazed by the world. There I was, a heartbroken child, pretending to be a man. There I was, a genius failure, fattened by ego and pride. There I was, holding Frida in my arms and understanding what it all meant. There I was, dying on the floor before the devil himself. There I was, a shell of a shell brought back from the dead. And so here I am, playing with the illusion of control. So at last, at the end of all mortal ends, here I am finally letting go. I got an achievement called Write the Fucking Book. Oh, we did it. Thank you, Space Monkey, for the 100 bits. That one feels earned. Wait. We're not doing this again, but what are these colors of... Okay, it's the same book. Does it do anything else? It just changes the color of the air freshener. All right, what did you all think about Heatstroke? Did anybody actually manage to listen to the story all the way through? And what did you think about the story that was being told? I thought that was some really intense, like, sci-fi horror story that we were listening to the whole time. Did not get much of the story. We love Frida, I think. So you came in, the story says it has 9 chapters, and you came in on chapter 11. So, like, the whole first part of the story you missed, where the first guy helps this guy replace part of his brain, and then he is basically trapped to work for him forever, and ends up managing to commit suicide. And because of the technology he invented to replace parts of the brain, the guy then uses that technology to endlessly replicate him, so he's trapped in a cycle of undying and constantly forced to be by his side. And everything he loves is gone and taken by time and by the augmentation. You want to know the wildest thing about this? This game has one achievement to write the book. 19% of players have that achievement. 19% of the people who played this game actually got all the way through. That is a higher percentage than I would have expected. That's so little, but way higher than you thought, right? All right, y'all. It is late. It is 4:30 in the morning here. It is time for me to go to bed. I know where we're going to raid. We haven't raided over there in quite a minute. We're gonna go raid Ari. Ari is great. Ari has a wild sense of humor. Probably will be saying something absolutely wild. In fact, I'll make a bet with you. If Ari is saying something totally wild and degenerate when we raid over, I will gift one of you a sub. But it has to be like we have to cut her off in with the raid in the middle of her saying something the wildest thing you've ever heard on Twitch. Ari is great though. Ari is cracked at Souls games and is playing Elden Ring and is currently trying to beat all of Elden Ring without a single hit. And her record is 4 hits. She has beat Elden Ring only being hit 4 times and is going for the hitless. Okay, raid message. Degen Hours raid. There we go. There is one raid message for those of you who are subscribed and want to use my emotes, and one raid message there for those of you not subscribed who want to use Twitch standard emotes. Friends, I want to thank you all again for being here. I didn't think I was going to stream today. I didn't think I was going to feel up to it. I didn't feel up to it until suddenly I did at 10 p.m. And, oh no, okay, ads are happening. Sorry, people. We'll do the raid during the ads. But anyways, 6 hours, one of the weirdest streams I've ever done. Thank you for being there for it. As I always like to say, if you are here, whether you're lurking or chatting or something in between, you make a difference, you make an impact, and you are appreciated. So until I see you again, remember, take care of yourselves, be kind to each other, know that you're all appreciated, know that we'll see you again soon. Thank you all.
Oh my god, babe. Stop, babe. Oh my god, babe. Babe. Thank you for the raid, babe. Aw, that's so sweet of you, baby. Okay.